All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 15th, 2026 City Planning Commission meeting. Commissioners look forward to hearing your case today as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear the cases in the order which they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us in person first, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. For those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it is your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps make sure we get your testimony for the record. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide any additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting. So Sarah, do you have any of those?
Yes, I will begin by describing the testimony procedures for our hybrid meeting today. Beginning with everyone who is joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting, attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are here today in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. We ask that you please silence or mute all of your electronic devices and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. The commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You'll be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. And those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin with the consent agenda items, please.
The consent docket has 3 items. The first is item C1, case CLD final plat 2026-3, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 4 acres generally located on the north side of East 135th Street, approximately 150 feet west of Oak Street, creating 1 lot for the purpose of a commercial development. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Docket item C2 is case CD CPC 2026-30, a request to approve a project plan dedicating private open space tracts in the bungalows at Maple Woods final plat in an R1.5 district on about 1 acre generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Prospect Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And consent docket C3 is case CD CPC 2026-14, a request to approve an MPD final plan for phase 1 of Retreat at Woodhaven on about 27 acres generally located at Northwest 100th Street and proposed North Line Creek Parkway. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding docket items C1, C2, or C3? With that, let's see if there's any public testimony on that. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C1, 2, or 3, please come forward or use your Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket items C1, C2, and C3.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket items C1, 2, and 3. Alex, can you take roll call, please?
Argan,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Grau,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move to our regular agenda items, beginning with those that want to continue to a future date.
Continuances begin with docket item number 12, case CD SUP 2026-19, a request to approve a special use permit to allow an outdoor entertainment venue in a UR zoning district on about 0.396 acres, generally located at 1105 Hickory Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th. Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2026-11, a request to approve a special use permit to allow a 3-unit home to exist on the subject site on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 3319 Redbud Drive. Staff recommends continuance off docket with fee. Docket item 14.1 is case CD CPC 2026-19, a request to approve an amendment to the Greater Downtown Area Plan from residential low density to downtown mixed use on about 1.7 acres, generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Bellevue Avenue and West 30th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th. Docket item 14.2 is case CD CPC 2026-18, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 2.5 to District DX-2 on about 1.7 acres, generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Bellevue Avenue and West 30th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th. Docket item 14.3 is case CD SUP 2026-14, a request to approve a special use permit for indoor warehousing and limited manufacturing in proposed District DX-2 on about 1.7 acres, generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Bellevue Avenue and West 30th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th. And docket item number 15 is case CD CPC 2026-26, a request to approve a rezoning from districts R0.5, DC, UR, and M1-5 to District MPD, and approval of a preliminary development plan for public and civic uses on about 55 acres, generally bounded by East 20th Street on the north, East 25th Street on the south, Holmes Street on the east, and Oak Street, Locust Street, and Gillum Road on the west. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 12 through 15? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 12, 13, 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, or 15, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 12, 13, 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, and 15 as stated in the docket.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for continuance of all those cases. Alec, can you take roll call on motion, please?
Argan,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Grau,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Like that motion passes for continuance of those. All right, let's move to docket item number 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case CD miscellaneous 2025-4, a request to approve the KCI area plan generally located in the area bounded by the city limits of Kansas City, Missouri on the north, the city limits to Amity, and then along Highway 152 on the south, the Plaquemine County boundary on the east, and the city limits of Kansas City, Missouri on the west, and excluding the village of Farrellview. We have today staff from our Community Planning Division. I will introduce Susan Cronander to lead the discussion, and I'll let you introduce the rest of the team.
Oh, thank you very much. This was very much.
Pull the microphone over, please, Susan.
I'm used to speaking without one. My name is Susan Cronander. I'm the 6th District Lead Planner for Community Planning. And to my left is John Meyer, and he is the 2nd District Planner To my right is Lexi Barra. She is the first district planner. So this is very much in her district, and we all worked together very, very hard on this with a number of people, the community and the advisory committee.
Morning, Commissioners. Susan already introduced us, so we can get started. Before you today, we have case CD MISC 2026-00004, which is the KCI Area Plan Update.
Are you sharing your screen? Need to make sure we've
You
got
need to
that.
share your screen to Zoom.
We can see it here, but it's just the folks online can't see it.
Perfect.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. So we'll start from the top. Morning, Commissioners. Today before you, we have case CD Miscellaneous 2026-00004, which is the KCI Area Plan Update. So to start, we decided to give a brief overview on what an area plan is, just as a quick reminder. So area plans represent typically a long-range vision for the future of a particular part of the city. We have 18 area plans in the city, and they all contain recommendations and provide a framework for analyzing future projects. All 18 also provide a future land use map, which identifies how the community intends to grow in the future, what land uses are compatible in that area, and also how to foster a sense of community in that area. So moving on to KCI specifically, the KCI area is located in the most northwestern portion of the city, bounded by the city limits to the north and to the west, bounded by Highway 152 to the south, and then the Platte-Clay County boundary to the east. A quick background, you may remember in summer of 2025, we brought forward the KCI Future Land Use Map to be adopted. This was in response to a moratorium on industrial development at the time, which is why we started with the Future Land Use Map. Since then, since last July, staff has conducted public engagement and also written the remaining portions of the plan, those having to deal with mobility, environment, housing and neighborhoods, public realm, sub-areas, and also developed an implementation matrix with community-supported actions for each of those. As I said, we conducted a little bit more public engagement since last summer as well. So in total for public engagement, we had 5 advisory committee meetings, 3 public workshops, and 1 public open house. Exercises at all of those were of course focused on land use, but also mobility, housing and neighborhoods, environment, and public spaces, which are our chapters in this plan. In addition to our in-person events, we also had over 100 responses to online engagement activities, such as a visioning survey and an asset map exercise on our website. And lastly, we conducted a statistically significant survey in the KCI area with over 300 responses, and those responses are incorporated into the final area plan. We also did work with a public engagement consultant who did a great job posting flyers at businesses around the KCI area before meetings, as well as posting on Facebook, neighborhood groups, next door to get the word out as much as possible. So as we did update the entire plan, there are some notable additions we thought would be important to specifically point out during this meeting. The first of which is sub-areas. So in the original plan, sub-areas did not exist. In the new version, we have identified 4 sub-areas, which we're going to point out later in the presentation. Second, this area plan is utilizing place types for the future land use map. Next, we have bike routes and trails. The original plan didn't list specific priority segments of those, so those have been added to the plan. And then similarly, the housing and neighborhoods chapter did not exist in the original plan, and as this area continues to grow, that is going to be a really important chapter to have.
Thank you, Lexi. So when we do a plan, of course, we're keeping in mind the KC Spirit playbook, which is the adopted comprehensive plan for the whole city. It's basically a policy plan and has 10 goals. And we were able to match several of those goals, meet several of the goals of the Spirit playbook and incorporate and weave those into our analysis and the area plan. Okay. Then we have, here's the future land use map. This looks slightly different from what was adopted in the summer. This now has, instead of the future land uses, they're called future place types. So it was basically pretty much a one-to-one correspondence between the future land use and place types. However, as we did mention last summer, there might be some additional tweaks to it as we go through the public engagement process. And so there are two tweaks to industrial areas that we made. They're basically now light industrial. They're called industrial flex. And I don't know if we have a way to point that out on there, I guess. Okay. There's one that's to the east of the I-29 corridor and one south of the airport. These were important to have as light industrial just because they back up to neighborhoods in those areas. And these are the kind of overall definitions right now for the place types. We're still working on the details. So as Lexi mentioned, we have sub areas in the KCI area plan. There are 4 sub areas. These warranted focused guidance. And one of those sub areas, which has always been extremely important to the KCI area, of course, is the Airport Compatibility Overlay District. Fortunately, they have also been updating, the airport's also been updating their long-range airport plan this past year, which helped when they sent us all their data. It's all updated. So, and their plan guides the airport development through 2045. 2 managers from the airport department also were on the KCI advisory committee. So we worked together on this, and they made sure to send us all of their updated information. So we have updated noise contours, land use, zones, land use zones, and maps for this very important sub-area. Okay, so each area plan has goals, just like the KC Spirit Playbook. We have 5 goals for the KCI area plan, and they're very similar to what is in the Spirit Playbook, actually. And this is based on public engagement and all the feedback that we got from the survey. So it's interesting to see that people are still asking for very similar kinds of things. Support complete, connected, walkable neighborhoods and communities was number 1. 2, expand multimodal transportation options. 3, increase access to home ownership across all demographics. 4, advance environmental health and resilience. And 5, promote sustainable and equitable growth. Each chapter addresses each of those goals, but has its own key concepts that delve into some more detail.
Yeah, like Susan said, these key concepts were derived from the previous goals, and then we use those key concepts to create our community-supported actions, which are the actionable steps we're going to take to actually achieve the goals of the area plan. Those can be found in the implementation matrix. They break down the action, responsible entities, and also the primary and secondary cost type. So just hopping into the key concepts for each chapter quickly, I'm only going to point out a few for each of the chapters for the sake of time. So the first key concept for land use is using existing infrastructure to make sure costs do not outpace the city's ability to provide maintenance and deliver services. We're going to be doing this by encouraging and prioritizing development within our contiguous development zone. I have that map on the next slide, but in essence, it's a zone with 2 tiers. The first tier has reasonable access to water, sewer, and road frontage, while the second tier has partial access to those city services. So we want to focus our development within tier 1 where we already invested into that infrastructure. The second key concept is focusing industrial uses in designated areas to minimize the impact on residents. And then the third key concept is having a balance of complementary land uses, specifically neighborhood serving uses we found during the public engagement process. And then the fourth is preserving open space and protecting the natural environment to mitigate impacts of the built environment. This is the contiguous development zone map. The dark blue is that tier 1 with reasonable access to each to water, sewer, and roads, while tier 2 has partial access. And it really shows where we kind of want to be focusing our investment and priorities. Moving on to mobility key concepts. The first one is to develop and maintain a roadway system that effectively serves the projected uses and development intensity. As we know, this area is growing and a lot of the roads are substandard, so we want to make sure we accommodate the growing area. Second is to expand safe and accessible transportation options by improving difficult intersections and enhancing transit, bicycle, and trail connections. And then third, we're going to utilize the streets design guide and major streets plan to enrich the character of the area and promote walkability and mixed-use environments. This is our KCI bikeway and trail priorities plan, which directly links back to key concept number 2. This is showing priority trail segments for completion and also priority roads for bikeways, as well as some proposed trail connections that are not or were not involved with the KC Trails plan. So, for example, from North Amity to Mark McHenry, the 152 trail, that's a priority segment that the community wanted to see completed. And then for priority bikeways, we decided on these roadways based on connecting people to places, either commercial activity centers, public services such as parks, or schools. And then this is our road improvement priority map. Similar to kind of the methodology for identifying these roadways, it's connecting people to places, and this one ties directly back to key concept number 1. For the environment chapter, this was very important to the residents up in the KCI area. They wanted to aim to preserve key environmental features. It's kind of their character up in there. And then we also want to promote sustainable, reliable, and resilient water management practices. There are 6 different watersheds within the KCI area plan boundaries. So not just for KCI, but also as a region. We also want to update and maintain accurate environmental data to support these planning initiatives. And then we want to incentivize the use of green and ecological infrastructure. This is our open space network plan. So this can also be found on the future land use map under open space and preserves. This was developed by integrating floodplain, regulated stream buffers, steep slopes, and then MARC conservation and restoration data. And this is just showing areas where we'd like to refrain from developing, but if it is developed, we want to protect this open space network. And now we have our housing and neighborhoods key concepts. We want to promote a diverse range of accessible housing options. We want to make sure our neighborhoods are attractive for current and future residents. And then we also want to encourage and assist the establishment of registered neighborhoods and homes associations. For public realm, we want to create a distinct and memorable identity for KCI. We want to prioritize the design of image streets and gateways. Having the airport in this area means this is the first impression of Kansas City, Missouri. So we want to make sure that it's a good impression and a high quality level of design. And then we also would like to develop parks, plazas, and greenways that accommodate a range of users and community activities. And then lastly, since we submitted the staff report, we did add a couple edits to the plan. We added an airport compatibility zone map into our subareas chapter to accompany the existing text. And then we made some grammatical edits and plain language edits. And we are recommending approval of CD miscellaneous 2026-04. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
Just one question. What was the thought behind changing low density, medium density to the neighborhood language?
Yeah, so from my understanding, this has been kind of in the work for a while prior to before I started working at the city. However, it does allow kind of a more flexible future land use map, allowing different forms for the neighborhoods, as well as not being directly tied to the Chapter 88 zoning code. So hopefully it'll allow for less area plan amendments in the future, as well as just a more flexible range of uses and building types within those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yes, I like the idea a lot of land use key concept number 1. kind of using the existing infrastructure, managing costs for the city, et cetera. And you have those, the contiguous development zones. What are the tools that the city can use to encourage, is that, um, if I think about it pessimistically, it's just a nice idea, but are there ways that the city can encourage development patterns to actually follow where the city has already made investments?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We can encourage a little bit more development and density in there, but yes, property owners, of course, have a right to develop their properties the way they wish. Part of this also is kind of a market. There's a market aspect to it. If we're not putting in, at least right now, the infrastructure, the additional infrastructure, then it's going to be hard to develop some of the areas outside of the contiguous development zones. It doesn't mean that we won't. It doesn't mean that things won't happen. But it does give us a chance to take a look at the costs of that versus the tax base before we, get into developing any more of the infrastructure. So,
Yeah, I wonder if the only two things that come to mind, I'm sure other people could think of other things, but would be one, if there was good alignment with Public Works. And so Public Works was really prioritizing the street improvements based upon the contiguous tier one area. And then secondly, if council became interested in this idea, and as we're doing new area plans across the city, if we slowly adopted this type of thinking, and then if council actually decided that what developers pay for in terms of infrastructure varies, and not making it more expensive, but maybe making it more affordable in the areas where we're trying to encourage development, just so that way as people are evaluating land costs, they also realize, oh, the city's going to make sure that my infrastructure works in these areas because we're adding density, whereas the normal costs apply if I don't develop in those areas. So I'd be interested to know, one, if Public Works, and not necessarily in this moment, but if Public Works, how much they could align their priorities based upon new tier one and tier two typology, and then also if you could get some council members interested in the idea of creating some sort of further incentive to develop within the areas that you all have designated as better for the city financially.
those are all excellent thoughts. We're certainly very supportive of that, just because all of us, that live here, of course, as taxpayers, et cetera, are very interested in making sure that we can do things that are going to be affordable in the future. Infrastructure maintenance costs cost a lot over time as time goes on.
Yeah, because
Um,
I
yeah,
feel like this,
yeah.
has the potential to be a really informative thought process, where if this is where multiple departments within the city start thinking about something, and they think about what, again, various different investments, but they make sure, okay, are we prioritizing tier one first? And that might
Mhm.
just help cement this, and so that it's not just a good idea, but it's actually um, it's the direction that we take.
Yes, and we did work closely with Public Works on this plan too, like we did with the airport and Parks and Recreation and other departments. So these are their priorities for right now. So that's how we got this map. That's what's reflected here right now. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'd want to limit that to just Public Works, though, would you?
No,
I mean, parks and,
your example.
gotcha.
Right.
Just making sure.
Yes.
You go back to the land use map or land types. And sorry, just for poor vision, that dark purple, what is that use?
Yeah, the dark purple is manufacturing and logistics,
Okay.
which relates to our current industrial.
Okay. I guess it's a little difficult to tell where this falls on that map, but I remember that we had a case that came up a while back near Farrellview which is on the northern border of Kansas City. And they had a lot of concerns because someone was trying to build something that was in accordance to the zoning that was there, but it just didn't feel like it was right because of the proximity to that community. I just want to make sure that that's something that's being taken into account here, so that we don't have a future case that's coming back that's very similar to that.
Yes, that was taken into account, that case
Okay.
specifically.
Okay. But just like what it was, the change that was incorporated.
That area is now manufacturing and logistics, as John said, that portion. I think it's an all-tech facility. But then the rest of it, I believe, stayed as local center. So it was just the portion.
Okay.
Mhm.
And how is that different?
Point out where Farrell View is.
Yeah. And how is that different from what was zoned prior?
Originally, I believe the whole portion of that project was going to be manufacturing logistics, which was a lot larger than just the corner of the facility that is now just manufacturing logistics, which is located off of Cookingham, not directly on Cookingham.
Mhm.
So now there's a buffer in between
Okay.
that manufacturing logistics and Farrell View with local center, I believe,
Okay.
which is a more commercial, low in density place type.
Appreciate y'all taking that into account.
I think at this point, all the property there has kind of been planned out at this point into a lower use than the original concern.
That's true.
Anybody else? I just want to comment the fact I got to participate with this area plan. Very well attended, I think, by a lot of our advisors, and very well done by the staff that put this together, as well as their consultants. This particular area is very diverse in terms of land use. Airport, parks, open space, residential, commercial, industrial, so on. I think you've got about every single land use available in this area. So trying to come up with a cohesive plan that everything kind of works together through there. I think they've done a fantastic job with that. So thank you for your work on this. So with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you'll be called upon.
There was one person who had their hand raised. It was Nicholas Bossanetto. He
Okay.
since has taken his hand down, but
Okay.
I don't know. Open it up
Yeah.
for Nick if he wants to talk.
Yeah, good morning. This is Nicholas Boston, city engineer. I just wanted to relate that, in Public Works, we have district engineers, and our district engineers work very closely with the district planners, the council, District 1 and District 2 planners. And your question about the priority roadway improvements. When we create our priority list for roadways, one of the categories is the area plan. So having a road prioritized in the area plan actually gives roadway projects up to 10 points in our scoring matrix, which elevates projects to a higher priority. Then, of course, is the funding mechanism. I think you were talking a little bit, we would love to build all this infrastructure, of course. Funding is the big, and you were discussing, how much should developers pay versus how much the city should pay towards building this infrastructure. And that's always the key factor is, where's that money coming from to build these roadways? But again, great job by the planning department putting this together, and this is very useful for us in building infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
Another hand raised.
Okay, let's close public testimony then. Any further discussion from the commission?
One last question, which I think is clear enough, but I just want to make sure. In the 4 different neighborhood types, is it only 3 and 4 that allow for multifamily?
Those would be higher density residential, looks like neighborhood 2, and we're still working on these definitions.
Okay.
But neighborhood 2 also allows medium density residential areas.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but
Yeah, so and I'm not sure when you talk about higher density exactly what, but so far the neighborhood 2 is focusing on, I believe, and again, this is still draft, um, things like quads and triplexes and other kinds of things that would be a compatible form to actually a single family or detached situation. So it does allow some density, but not like apartment towers kind of thing.
Okay.
Is I think that's the idea behind that one.
as because you said it's still being finalized,
Mhm.
what my preference would be that um, that higher density multifamily housing types are allowed in as many areas as possible. Clearly, most of the map is neighborhood 1, which I think is very fitting of the area. And then I think in neighborhood 2, the darker yellow, if it was written in such a way that understood there needed to be sufficient buffering, so that way people don't fear that there's going to be a really strange, transition, then perhaps there's a way that the door is still being left open to higher density housing, but it's not, promised in any certain way. But I would prefer to see more as opposed to less if it could be added to neighborhood 2.
I want to clarify that none of these place types are single-use place types. So
Yeah.
none of these neighborhoods are single-family residential only. The idea is to recognize that in a neighborhood, you have more than one type of land use, but these are 4 different neighborhood types that have different mixes of land use. As I said, neighborhood 1 is more low density. That doesn't mean that it's only single-family homes.
Right.
So you might have other uses in all of these, but it's focusing on the
Mm.
overall density.
Mhm.
Does.
Yep. More form based, in other words, to allow more uses and be more flexible. So.
Yeah. Well, I think just kind of going back to the Spirit Playbook, one of the comments I made a few times is one of the unique things about Kansas City is you have a spot for everyone. Those that want to be really close to their neighbors versus those that want chickens and cows in their yard. So we have that kind of space, and frankly, some of this area is for the more spread out type of thing. So I don't want to, in my opinion, I don't want to go away from that. I want to be able to continue to offer that to people that want to be in Kansas City.
Yeah, the reason I asked is because neighborhood 1 is low density. I mean, I wasn't sure about what the term medium meant relative to low, but no, because like whether it's half acre, 0.7 acre, acre plus, et cetera. You ready
Okay.
for a motion?
Yes.
All right, Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 1 without conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1. Alec, can you take roll call, please?
Larkin? Aye. Passick?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Crow?
Aye.
Morel?
Aye.
Forbes?
Aye.
Padilla?
All right, looks like the motion passes. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yep. See you next time. All right, let's move on to docket item number 2, please.
Docket item number 2 is case CD ROW 2025-43, a request to approve vacation of public right-of-way in District R 1.5 of about 1.51 acres, generally located at northwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Prospect Avenue. Justin Smith is the staff planner.
Is anybody from the applicant here today?
Patricia Jensen should be online.
Yes, I believe I've just made her a panelist.
Can you hear me? I think I'm online. I don't see my
We can hear
photo
you.
though. It just asked about staying muted. So,
We can hear you.
Yeah.
yeah, that's just the only thing.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development Management Division. In front of you is docket item number 2, a vacation of right-of-way. The subject site is located just north of Gladstone within the 1st District. Closer look at the site, you can see it's on the northwest corner of North Prospect Avenue and Northeast Berry Road. This vacation of right-of-way is for a project that was approved in 2025 called the Bungalows at Maple Woods, which might sound familiar to you. This approved 153 for-rent units spread across single and 2-unit residential buildings, along with a pool and amenity space. The request today is to vacate approximately 1.5 acres of right-of-way to allow for additional units. Within this right-of-way, there's only private utilities. There's no public. That includes Evergy, AT&T, and Spectrum Charter. With this vacation, it still will maintain the required right-of-way length on North Prospect Avenue, which is 30 feet at the center line. Here's just a view looking on Berry Road and Prospect. And then another view further north on North Prospect looking south. So with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners?
As part of the vacation, would there be additional trees planted? I'm gonna make sure that we're not cutting down trees and not replacing trees. And then, yeah, I think that's my only one question.
Yeah, so with the development plan, there's no trees proposed with the vacation, but the development plan did meet the criteria for street trees.
Anybody else? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, you have seen this project several times. The first time was the approval of the development plan for the bungalows at Maple Woods housing project. And during that time, it was discovered with staff, especially Mr. Bosanetto, that the city had extremely wide right-of-way out there. And the city could vacate some of that right-of-way to enable the construction of some additional units. So earlier today, you had on your docket, on your consent docket, a project plan for the private open space. This is just following up the items that were listed as approval under the development plan. And we don't have any objections to anything. So we
Okay.
would request you approve.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Nick Bosanetto has his hand raised again.
Okay, Mr. Bosanetto.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, we, Public Works staff actually initiated this. We recognized that we had extra right of way out there. We're never going to use it. So we gave it to the developer, 1.5 acres of land. And they were actually able to add some units, which is great for everybody. So we're in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Sarah?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay. With that, we'll close public testimony and take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2. Alec, can you take roll call, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Looks like that motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to docket item number 3, please.
Docket item number 3 is case CD SUP 2026-8. A request to approve a special use permit for parking accessory on about 1.86 acres generally located on West 43rd Street, immediately west of Mill Creek Park and Broadway Boulevard, specifically located at 220 West 43rd Street. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for this case.
Right. Good morning, Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. Was it next to me?
Yeah, mine is coach.
All right. This is a this is a special use permit for 220 West 43rd Street. The request is for accessory parking. This is the subject area. It's located in the Midtown area, and it's just south of the Westport overlay and west of the Main Street overlay. So here on this screen, the Westport overlay juts down to this corner right here where my mouse is, and then the Main Street overlay, can't quite remember, but it comes over just east of the site. And so the site is currently occupied with the Embassy Suites Hotel, and you can see that it's adjacent to the Broadway Boulevard and the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. Here's an overview of the zoning for the property, excuse me. An accessory parking is required to be on the same lot as the proposed use, or in a zoning district that is the same or more intensive than that is required of the most intensive of the uses served by the accessory parking, unless it is approved by special use permit. So St. Luke's Hospital does have multiple properties throughout the area, and one of those is located in the M1-5 just to the north in the Westport overlay. And so that's
Larissa, 1 second. I need to recuse from this one. This one I didn't see, passed me by. This is the one. I'm sorry. Our company worked on this one, so I have to recuse. Sorry about that.
sounds good. And so the St. Luke's property is in the Westport overlay to the north, and I think I have that highlighted in a future slide as well. So this is the proposed site plan. It is accessory parking for St. Luke's. They're proposing 157 vehicle parking spaces with 6 accessible parking stalls and 18 bicycle parking area or spaces. The applicant did also provide a pedestrian path from the furthest parking stalls along Mill Street down to the sidewalk on West 43rd Street. The access from West 43rd Street will remain the same as it is today, and the access from the northwest will also remain. And the applicant did also provide a landscaping plan. You can see that they've provided some street trees to act as a buffer along the western property line and along West 43rd Street. The property lines along the east and the north, along Mill Street and Broadway Boulevard, those have an existing retaining wall, and so there is nowhere to put landscaping on those sides of the property. And the applicant did work with staff to revise a proposed fence, so that will be a decorative iron fence, approximately 4 feet tall. And then here's a rendering provided by the applicant showing what the accessory parking will look like with that retaining wall and proposed fence. The applicant is proposing the parking lot to be gated. That will keep it accessory to St. Luke's Hospital. If those gates weren't there, the Boulevard and Parkway standards do not allow surface parking adjacent to a boulevard. So moving on to the approval criteria. Criteria A, does it comply with all applicable standards of the zoning and development code? No, the first one is the location adjacent to a boulevard. You can see that the blue lines make up those property lines. The right-of-way extends from the eastern property line to the east side of Baltimore Avenue. There are more documents at the end of this presentation if you'd like more information on that right-of-way. But the Boulevard and Parkway standards say all development adjacent to or within 150 feet of a established boulevard are required to comply with those standards. So the applicant will need variances to the vehicular use area fronting a boulevard and the location and setback requirements for parking adjacent to that boulevard. And then the second part of the code that they are not complying with is that landscaping that we talked about with the retaining wall and the wrought iron fence. The applicant did work with staff to come up with an alternative adjustment for landscaping, and that's paying a fee in lieu. And that'll be for the Parks Department with a total of $7,030. And that'll be required at the time of building permit or site improvement plan. And then we'll move it on to the 4th District Planner.
Hello, good morning. I'm Luke Rinker. I'm the planner for the 4th Council District. So I'm going to have a couple slides here at the beginning of my presentation to provide you with some context about past plans and the existing condition in that area. I think this context is kind of important to understand how I arrived at my determination here. So on this side here on this map, on the left, you can see the subject site in yellow, and you can see that it is surrounded on the west and south with existing surface parking lots. I did a rough calculation, and there's about a little more than 8 acres of existing surface parking that is controlled either by the applicant directly or by an entity that the applicant works with. So there's substantial surface parking in this area already. And I think that's important because when we look at this map on the right, this is the subject site here outside of the zone. And this is the planning, plaza planning area subsection D. When we did this plan back in 2012, the community really wanted to see redevelopment in this blue and orange area, which corresponds with this full block of surface parking in this area that is maybe 3/4 of a block of surface parking. And I know that this is not the subject site, but I kind of want to show you what's happened since 2012. On the left here, we have an area view in 2014 where we see some buildings in that area. And then last year, or excuse me, in 2024, we see that those buildings have been removed for surface parking. So there has been a pattern in this neighborhood already of destroying buildings in favor of surface parking, which is the opposite of what the Midtown Plaza area plan calls for. When we developed this plan with the community back in 2012, they specifically said that we should centralize surface parking and slowly phase that surface parking out. They also specifically said that we should that additional surface parking should be discouraged. So when we're looking at just the use of surface parking, it has a very low alignment with the Midtown Plaza area plan. But beyond that, there are some other concerns that Larissa just outlined. And one of those is that this is a district development form. And in there, we have some guidelines for design. One of those is that parking lots on that second or that sub-bullet there should be adequately screened from surrounding uses. And Larissa just discussed this. We don't feel that there is a substantial amount of screening, particularly on that boulevard side. Since it abuts directly to the boulevard, you're going to have a very clear view of that retaining wall and the surface parking lot. And then generally, districts should be walkable, bikeable, and have pedestrian connectivity, right? Which brings me to the Casey Spirit Playbook alignment, which is that first bullet, connected city, promoting pedestrian scale blocks. That's another way of saying walkability. Surface parking lots are not walkable, right? There's conflicts between the cars pulling in and out of the surface parking lot, but it's also kind of a hostile environment to walk through. There's no activity there. It's often pretty hot because there's poor landscaping. And so that's not really a pedestrian scale block. Then we have sustainable and equitable growth. And so for this one, I wanted to look at two. I missed the second bullet point, but the first one is contributing to sustainable, fiscally sustainable development patterns. Surface parking lots are very low value land, far less valuable than a building. So we are losing out on a tax base when we convert something to a surface parking lot. We're losing out on potential sales tax revenue. We're losing out on economic development when there's a surface parking lot. The second one that I missed here is what we call leapfrog development. And when we talk about, we want to avoid that. And typically when we talk about that, we're talking about leapfrog development on the fringe of the city where you have the city here and we skip a little bit and then there's more development. This is sort of the inverse of that, where we're carving out or cratering out a section of the city. We have the plaza, then we have St. Luke's campus, then we have nothing because there's surface parking, and then we have Westport, and we really want to be infilling that area where that existing surface parking lot is. And the last one, which I think is the healthy environment, which I think is extremely important for this site, is the permeable surface issue. As you know, this is right off Mill Creek Street, which is named because it used to be a creek. And so much of the subject site was previously part of the creek. And Westport has had a history of flash flooding to the point where the city is investing upwards of $30 million to fix this flash flooding. And that is because not only did we pave over Mill Creek, but we also allowed significant surface parking lot and concrete in the area. And so continuing that practice in this area, I think, would be against our long-range plans. That's my last one.
And moving on to approval criteria B and C. For criteria B, is it in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community? The proposed parking area is private and it's for the use of the St. Luke's hospital staff. This proposal does add, like Luke mentioned, another parking area to to an area already overdeveloped with parking lots. And then criteria C, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale? Technically, there are already multiple parking lots within the area, so yes, the proposal is compatible. However, there are already 6 parking lots within the area, so the red parking lots or the red highlighted properties are those associated with St. Luke's Hospital, and then the purple to the south is the main campus for St. Luke's. And so adding additional parking to this area is just going to have a detrimental effect to the overall character of the area. And then criteria E, the applicant did provide pedestrian circulation showing safe pedestrian paths and has provided bicycle parking to encourage alternate modes of transportation. However, since they're adding that new parking lot with the addition or in addition to the existing parking lots, all within a 2-block area, it does decrease that pedestrian comfort and it does reduce eyes on the street as well. And so here are just some pictures of the site. This is looking west on West 43rd Street at the Embassy Suites site. Looking east and looking at those access points as well. This is from the Warnell Road and access road from the St. Luke's main building. And then here's a look from the west, and here's that corner of Broadway Boulevard on West 43rd Street. And so with that, staff is recommending denial of the application. There was one public engagement letter that was submitted in opposition of the application, and that has been attached to Compass KC for your review.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? So in general, I think that I fully track with why denial is recommended and why this isn't a good fit. I'm curious about how long-range planning thinks about projects of this type of scale, in the sense that, so when I think about like the Heart Institute built in 2011, today's dollars, I was just looking up, it'd be a $500 million project, which of course is something that requires, and I imagine St. Luke's had the land. I'll be excited to hear from them. I imagine they had the land for a while, but I'm curious how long-range planning thinks about institutions like this. Like, I know it's a common practice for institutions, whether it's a university or a museum, to kind of buy parcels over time. And this one, interestingly enough, has been owned for 50 years.
Right.
So St. Luke's has let it operate as a hospital for 50 years, 55 years. How does long-range planning think about it? How should we think about, and a quick aside or a quick story. I have talked to landowners before, developers, and I've been like, why won't you put a tenant in there? Like, I would like to see someone there, and they'll tell me, well, do you want the wrong tenant now, or do you want to wait a year? I'm like, oh, well, if it's a year, sure, I'll wait a year. But is it going to be 2 years or is it 3 years? And like, well, do you want the wrong tenant for 2 years, or do you want me to get the right tenant for the next 10 years after that? And so I fully understand it's a trade-off, and I think everyone might have a different answer. But as professionals in long-range planning, how do you think about the possibility that St. Luke's might want to open the next Heart Institute that might be another $500 million investment, but it might take time?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question. I think when I was pointing out that we conducted the planning area to the south back in 2012, and had been slated for redevelopment, and it's now a service parking lot instead of being redeveloped. I think the point that I was trying to make is there's already been more than 10 years of time since that plan was put together for the entity to the applicant to come up with a long-range plan for those blocks there. And that's another reason why, if you were to approve the SUP, that we were requesting that it's 5 years, because that holds some accountability to the applicant to come back and say, this is our plan for the area. I think they had originally proposed 10 years, and that seemed like far too long ahead. So we do understand this. We want to see that they have a vision for the plan, and that they're coming up with something and not just, holding the land And maybe that vision isn't for another 5 years down the road, and we understand that there's some phasing that's going to happen. Even if they were to come to a plan tomorrow, this could be the fifth of, 5 phases, and it wouldn't be developed for another 10 or 15 years. But right now, there's no tangible written plan that they presented to us. So that's really the concerning part, because we often see a situation, not with St. Luke's, but just generally, we see a situation where people hold the land for far longer than what we would like to see. And we can see that downtown and the crossroads. There's plenty of surface parking lots that are ample for development, but landowners are holding on to them for whatever reason, right? So what we'd like to see is a campus-wide plan that shows this, all of those surface parking lots and this one as well as some type of phase of construction. And because obviously if they're going to develop on those 2 lots that I talked about before, they're going to need they're going to need parking for those. But right now there's no written plan for what they want to do. And so there's just a concern that it could stay that way for 20 years, and we don't want to see that.
Helpful to hear that thought process. Thank you.
Mhm.
If there are no further questions for staff, we will turn it over to the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Enders, members of the Planning Commission. Aaron March with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City. To my immediate right and with me is Mr. Matt Hanson, the Director of Real Estate for St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City. Joining us by Zoom, if we have technical questions, is Mr. Matt Eblin, Project Manager with McClure Engineering. I want to thank staff for taking the time to work with us. We were to have appeared several months before on your agenda, but staff asked us some questions and we worked with them, and we're agreeing to disagree on the philosophical issues here. But as to the conditions of approval, should you choose to approve, we do accept the conditions of approval. We've got one technical legal issue that I'll make, or challenge that I'll make, but if you move forward with the conditions, that'd be fine. You see on before you an aerial of the site. The site's outlined in yellow. The main St. Luke's campus is, where's the cursor?
Here.
Yeah, the main St. Luke's Hospital campus is marked in yellow, and the site is outlined in yellow in the upper right-hand side. Why don't I just ask you to get the next slide?
Well, there we go. There we go.
Okay. This is a picture of the Embassy Suites property. The hospital has owned this site since 1972, and it leased it to to Embassy Suites when it built the property in 1976, 1977. So it's been a piece of property that we've owned. It's important to us. It is currently zoned R0.5. It's surrounded by various different land uses, including industrial property on the north, the aforementioned and discussed surface parking lots owned by the hospital main campus, and the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. And that's the one issue I'm going to take a minute to talk about. We're asking you to approve accessory use to serve St. Luke's Hospital on a limited basis for only a 5-year period. Next slide, please. You jumped ahead one. I'm sorry. If you're like me, when you go to St. Luke's, it's because you've got a crisis, your stomach hurts, you're going there for a procedure, but we never take a minute to pause and ask ourselves, what is the St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City system? It's the largest private employer in Kansas City at this location. Over 3,600 employees here, 400 city staff beds, almost 6,000 outpatient surgeries, 20,000 inpatient admissions, 39,000 emergency department visits, over 2,000 babies delivered, millions and millions of dollars in charitable services. So this is a key player in our community, and we're asking for approval of a 5-year special use permit to allow us time to plan the future of what we're going to do on this site. Next slide. There's always been, since this building was built in 1976, 1977, surface parking. We believe that surface parking is non-conforming or grandfathered on this site. A little bit of history: under the old zoning code, this property was zoned R5 back in the day. R5 allowed 4 hospitals to be built as a matter of right, as well as for hospitals. Um, Unfortunately, the operator, Embassy Suites, this past October gave the keys back to us before the termination of their lease. They said, here it is. When we made a decision, but we're not a hotel operator, given the condition of the property, what do we do with this? Do we board it up? Well, that wouldn't do anybody any good. We have chosen to take it down. And when we take it down, the question is, what do we next do? Well, we don't know what we next do, and we're asking you for the grace for a period of time to allow us to put it to a use that helps us deal with future flexibility of development of these other parcels that we hope to develop and have them for service parking and not have a vacant site, or even worse, leave this building up, boarded up as an eyesore. It's our belief that the Boulevard and Parkway standards do not apply. Circled in red is the general location of the property, and this area is called out as parkland, not right away, as parkland. Next slide, please. On the Midtown Plaza area plan, you have the same denotation. The area is outlined in green. The park next to us, the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park, is outlined as parkland, not right of way. In the Parks and Boulevards own materials, they describe this as the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park, not as right of way, but as park. And the next slide. If you go to Parcel Viewer, you look at Parcel Viewer, and the entire area from Baltimore to our property line is called out as parkland. There is no right-of-way in the city of Kansas City of 300 feet or more. That's what staff is saying exists here, and that the right-of-way where you could build a street on, where you could drive, goes all the way to our property line. That's simply not the case. So we're saying, number one, parking existed before the adoption of the Parks and Boulevard overlay standards in 2015. So we're non-conforming as to their application. Number two, even if they were to apply, there is no right-of-way called out at this site. Next slide. And why is that all important? Because this is what the code says. The code says in section 88-10303, Boulevard and Parkway standards apply to property adjacent to and within 150 feet of boulevards and parkways. That's the right-of-way that we drive on and use for pedestrians, and it says not within parks. So the property that we border is park property in every single official document of the city of Kansas City, Missouri. And for that reason, the standards do not apply. Next slide. We believe that parking is allowed as a matter of right, but regardless, we're here today asking for your recommendation of approval of a special use permit. And we believe that it is appropriate land use for a period of 5 years, and I'll show you why based upon some of the next slides. This is a view of the property looking to the west, and you can see the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park improvements currently under construction. It's a significant and massive undertaking, which will totally hide where we have parking today and where we want to have parking in the future from the Parks and Boulevard roadway system. Next slide, please. This is that improvement being undertaken by the Parks Department to Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. There is a massive retaining wall. We didn't even know about the massive retaining wall, as you'll see in our renderings here in the future. But looking to the northwest from the corner of Broadway and 43rd Street, you can't see where our cars will be parked in the background, where they are parking today, where they have parked for a long time. Next slide. This is that massive retaining wall under construction and the steps up into the park. Next slide. And it's a vehicle intense environment. Broadway and 43rd Street sees massive cars coming and going. Our cars parked for our employees in a parking lot behind the walls of the park, and additional landscaping simply won't have an impact visually or in any other way on the community. And you can see in the background the portico share, the drive lane that has existed since 1976 for the Embassy Suites Hotel. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is that driveway, portico share. The area has historically had active and intensive vehicle use. Next slide, please. You can see here actually 3 walls. The closest wall is our existing retaining wall. Then there's a shorter retaining wall, and that was the only retaining wall we thought was going to exist, and then the massive retaining wall behind it. Our cars are on the inside of the first retaining wall. That's the parking field that we've had since 1976. Next slide. Here's another view of where cars parked today. Where that chair is where a car would come and go or be parked. Then our retaining wall, then the little bit larger retaining wall, and then the bigger retaining wall for the park. Next slide. This is a view looking north. You can see the retaining wall grows and grows until you get to our northeast corner where we have a significant retaining wall adjacent to the Mill Street right-of-way and the M1 industrially zoned property. Next slide. We turned 180 degrees from that northeast corner, looking back down towards the north, the southeast, into the park. And again, this area is parking today, and we're simply asking you allow us to continue to use it until we come back with a plan. Next slide. Again, more parking for the Embassy Suites that predated the park overlay standards. Next slide. We're now on the west side of the Embassy Suites property. The property to the right is St. Luke's Hospital property. This is the retaining wall that exists today. We're going to be adding additional landscaping to it to provide additional buffering. Next slide. This is one of those parking lots that exists today that if a building was built upon it under our master plan, we would want the ability to move things around so that cars don't need to park in the neighborhood while we're undertaking that construction. Next slide. There is an existing St. Luke's master plan. And this is that master plan. It does not include the Embassy Suites property because we've always believed that the Embassy Suites would remain as an Embassy Suites. As I mentioned, the hotel operator gave us the keys in October of 2025. Next slide. Coincidentally, we, the St. Luke's of Kansas City, are undertaking a comprehensive 12 to 18 month comprehensive planning process to evaluate and determine what should take place within our campus that is vitally important to our service as an anchor within the Midtown community. That planning will now include the Embassy Suites property, and we welcome the 5-year timeframe that staff is recommending because we want you to hold us accountable. We believe we will be coming back to the community and to you all with a plan that shows what this use will be, whether it's the next phase or the phase that takes place in 7 years or 4 years, we don't know. That process is unfolding, but we will include this in that plan. Next slide. This is an aerial view of our site plan. You can see the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park on the right. The pedestrian activity that staff has talked about will take place within the park. There's a walkway system within there. Our ADA parking will be at the bottom right-hand side. That's the only level site. That's the only level area within the parking, and that's where we propose the accessible parking to take place. Next slide. This is an aerial view using the information that we received from the Parks Department as to what this would look like. You'll note that this aerial does not show the higher wall that will absolutely screen from view, unless you're a drone, the parking that's taking place within the property. Next slide. This is a view to the northeast. We are proposing significant landscaping and additional trees on this site. Well over and above what's there today, which as illustrated by the next slide. The image on the left shows you what's there today. The image on the right shows you the areas where there will be new greenscape landscape planning. So we are vastly increasing the greenery along 43rd Street within the parking areas and all along the borders of the property. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we would ask that you make a recommendation of approval for a special use permit to allow the accessory parking for St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City with the conditions called out in the staff report. And be happy to answer any questions which you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the commission for the applicant?
quick question. Can you go back to the master plan? I was just curious, what was the timeline for, because it looked like some of the green space next to Warnell Road, there is a lot of green space that you could have parking there, but on the master plan, it looks like there's gonna be a building. Can you talk about the timeline for that?
Are you in the northwest corner?
I can speak.
It's
Top of the 43 street.
right off of 43rd Street, going south, next to Warnell Road.
Go to the one that
Yeah,
showed.
if you move mouse a little bit, it's that big, go down, well, right there, that building, yeah.
I can speak.
I'll make sure we know the question.
So this plan that you're seeing was from 2009.
Okay.
It is not a fresh document. That is what we're in the process of updating. So
Okay.
we have studied that particular site, and the topography makes it very difficult to do a lot of things. That's why we're studying other options going forward.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant? Quick question for staff. As I understood the comments about Boulevard and Parkway standards, a property could be, could need to conform with Parkway and Boulevard standards, and there could still be a park in between the Parkway or Boulevard and the property. Is that correct?
So I do have some additional slides that I can share, just to give some more background on that.
Well, I don't think that's, personally, I don't think my decision will be contingent upon this, but I'm curious about clarifying that, because the way I understood staff presentation wasn't disputing that there's a park there, but was that still, if you're within a certain range of a parkway or boulevard, that still you would need to comply by those.
We have a legal disagreement, which may or may not have merit on your decision. Is this park land or is it park right of way? There are some historic documents that staff believes allude to the possibility that the entire land, the entire park land is really right of way, even though the city doesn't have a 300 or 500 foot
Got it,
right of way
understood.
standard, or is it parkland?
And so
That's
then if I was just interested in the measurement from the existing road as it stands today, is it a parkway? Is it considered a boulevard?
Broadway is an established boulevard.
So from the edge of the existing Broadway Boulevard, Broadway Road to the property, is that within the distance that we would usually, in which standards would be applied?
From the curb,
Yeah.
I guess, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
We would include the sidewalks for the right of way if
Okay.
that's what you're saying. So it would include a portion of the property if we are to review it with the staff's perspective that it goes all the way to the edge of the property, then it would take up almost 90% of the property as well. So there's still a portion of the property that would need to get variances for.
Got it. Okay, thanks. If there are no further questions for the applicant, we will open it up for public testimony. If you're wishing to speak on this item, please either come forth or raise your hand on Zoom. We'll start with those who are with us in person. Welcome and ready.
Amelia McIntyre on behalf of Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. We support the recommendation of staff to deny the application. A significant concern that we have is the applicant's argument that boulevard and parking standards of Section 88-323 do not apply to this parking site. We are most concerned about the applicant's stance if applied in the future to the redevelopment of this site. This area is immediately adjacent to Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park, and we believe that their stance is incorrect because the right-of-way, it goes all the way to the eastern boundary of the Embassy Suites site. That is a deeded right-of-way, and I believe staff was trying to show you the deed for that. That is also reflected in the parcel viewer. I have attached the parcel viewer map so you can see the green bold line shows that that is treated by the city as part of the right-of-way. portions of improvements in a right-of-way that is a parkway can be dedicated to other uses, but that does not remove them from the parkway right-of-way. I have shared with you the 1925 atlas from Tuttle Ayers Woodward that clearly depicts what Mill Creek Parkway was as it was dedicated by ordinance. And you can see north of 43rd Street, this area is green. I think it's important that the ordinance that dedicated this and its acquisition be a part of the record in this case, because that rebuts the stance of the applicant. We have 3 requests stated in our written testimony, and that is that you uphold the determination by staff that boulevard and parkway standards apply to this portion of the parking lot, and that is measured from their eastern property line. If you choose our second request to recommend an SUP for this surface parking, we request that it be limited to a duration of 3 years without a right to renew unless St. Luke's completes and makes publicly available a phased development plan within 1 year of the issuance of the SUP. Our neighborhood has been decimated by acquisition and demolition of structures by St. Luke's or their affiliates. It is carving out an area that was once populated. We respect St. Luke's as an institution, but they do need to be a good neighbor, and a plan with some measured phases is an important part of being a good neighbor. The third element is that we would like to see that the staff bring forward recommendations on the definition of an accessory parking, because we recognize as it currently is worded that they are limited to using it solely for St. Luke's. That's because it's a definition in the code. This is within a block or so of a streetcar stop. This we see, because we go by it every day, on the weekends, their parking is not used. When and hopefully we have other events, other forums that use the streetcar to go other places, it would be, particularly on the weekends, an opportunity to provide parking on those parking lots and avoid the encroachment into residential areas. But that is going to take staff making a recommendation of a change to accessory parking. That's not on this applicant, that's on staff. The fourth and final condition that we would like to see amended is condition 10, that the funds, the 7,000 plus that they're recommending in lieu of landscaping, be specifically designated to Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park versus Mill Creek Park more generally. That is referred to in review criteria C, but not in the condition itself. There's been a major investment in the restoration of Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park above the underground detention system that has gone in. That is a substantial investment, as noted. We want to make sure that that is continued to be enhanced because there was not funding available for those additional things like landscaping within the park. Thank you. Our testimony was available online, but is also a copy provided to you. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this case?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony and turn it back to the applicant to respond to this.
Mr. Chairman, once again, we believe that the uses existed before the Parks and Boulevard overlay regulations came into play, but regardless, we're asking for a 5-use special use permit to give us the time to do the master plan that will show what we hope is a more appropriate intensive use of, appropriate is the wrong word, a more intensive use of this site other than a surface parking lot. We simply don't have the time to figure out what that is, having just gotten the property back from the operator 6 months ago. Thank you.
And do you all have any thoughts on the idea of allowing others or the public to use the parking lot at other times?
The guidance that we got from city staff is that this particular lot could not be used for public uses. We do have other parking lots in the area that we have allowed for uses by the St. James Church on Sundays, and associated with the Juneteenth celebration. This particular site is different because I guess the timing in which it would be converted to parking, but the other lots in the area we do use for other uses. We've worked with the Westport Regional Business League and the city on trying to study opportunities to use some of those lots during the weekend and outside of normal business hours for the hospital, but have not been able to reach an agreement with those groups on what that looks like.
All right, so there's an openness to it if allowed for. All right, thanks. Any other comments you'd like to add before we close all testimony?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, this time we'll close all testimony and discuss as a commission. Any thoughts or?
Sure. I'll just say I'll be recommending denial for this case. I'm not convinced that the creation of a development plan for this area is going to be hingent on whether or not this is a surface parking lot. I'm not convinced why this needs to be surface parking in order to do that. And I follow development, not just in Kansas City, but across the country. And I have never seen a new parking lot go in with new asphalt, new concrete curbs, new planter beds, new landscaping, and new lighting. And then all that gets ripped out after 5 years. So I'm not convinced that this is totally for a temporary parking structure or a temporary parking lot that then becomes development later. So I'll be recommending denial.
I feel the same way. I'm not fully understand the investment of a new parking lot and then in 5 years trying to or thinking that it's gonna change, right? Like you're saying, and I get the point of like what are you gonna do with the hotel right now and the cost they can carry just having the building empty, but building a parking lot and just having a new surface and just having it there for 5 years. I mean, what's gonna happen if you don't have a plan in 5 years? You're just gonna.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to those questions, we're not suggesting that this parking lot might only exist for 5 years. When we come back with a master plan and we implement that master plan to build on some of the existing surface parking lots, let's say the first building comes up in 5 years on an existing surface parking lot, not this. We need to move those cars from where there is surface parking today to another place where they can exist while that new building is built. The second building, the same. The third building, the same. We're not saying this parking lot is going to go away in 5 years. We're saying within that 5-year period or shorter than that, we will come back with a master plan with phasing that shows the ultimate built out of our entire campus. And it will show how this lot will be used in time, and whether that time is in year 5 or 6 or 10 as something else, we don't yet know. But if we don't have the opportunity to move parking around as we build out our buildings, where are they going to go?
So before you keep going there, I have a question about that specifically. So part of this is creating a blanket parking lot, right? For the space for potential growth, right? There's a lot of time from when a building breaks ground to when you would need that happening. And my assumption is that this is going to get demoed regardless. So from demo to creating a temporary surface parking lot for a building that's being built maybe in 5 years, why wouldn't we just apply for it then?
There is a need for the parking today. We
but
do have employees parking on the street. So there is a need for the daytime parking.
So then it's not a temporary parking lot.
It it will.
Unless you guys
it-
plan on building a parking garage.
The master plan from 2009 does have a parking garage indicated on it. The highest and best use for this land is not long-term surface parking. The Embassy Suites will be demolished in the next month. We're working with city staff on the timing of that demolition. There will be future development north of 43rd Street. We worked extensively involved in the Westport plan on what could be built there, how it could be built. It's simply the timing of when this property is coming back to us that is dictating this short-term need. The parking areas closest to Mill Street that are farthest away from the hospital, that is where some of these parkers would.
So what is your parking deficiency?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I mean, are we saying 5 employees?
Deficiency?
Yeah, deficiency. So what are we saying 5 employees? Are we saying 100 employees? How many spots are in this lot, this new lot?
174.
174. So we're saying we have a deficiency of 174 that are intermittent throughout the whole neighborhood?
I would say it's probably close to that, yes. The parking that occurs on Warnell, on 42nd Terrace.
And how long has that been, how long have you been, did you increase 170 employees in the last year, 2 years?
We've had a deficiency for a long time. Part of what we've been trying to do, we have numerous parking garages on the site. We're not opposed to parking garages, but they would normally be tied in with future development.
I guess my line of questioning is mostly because I don't know that this is the most efficient for the city. Understand that it's taken back by you guys and understood that there's a need for parking. I would argue that the need for parking should be coming when we're developing on another parking area, right? To do this. I'm assuming that building probably would be something where you would have additional parking underneath or something along those lines. I'm not sure. I'm struggling with adding more parking lots in Kansas City. That is not number one, not a public parking lot. I think that in the interim, something that would be more efficient temporarily would be a temporary park added to that area. I mean, we don't have a lot of green space there. We have the whole vertical or the linear park, but that's something that everyone can use, and probably is cheaper than all the development that you're doing for a parking lot and then removing all of the asphalt and all that kind of stuff in hopefully 5, maybe not 10. So I think that's my concern there.
And let me just say too, I'm putting myself in your shoes as well, thinking if I was putting forward a development plan for this area, how would I deal with the parking for this? And the way that I see it, if, the intention is truly to build everything up so that there are vertical structures on all of the lots that are currently surface parking, my plan would be to do some kind of consolidation of all the parking into a single structure as your first phase. But if we needed an extra lot for people to park in the meantime, that would be some kind of temporary structure, whether that be like a gravel lot on a phase 2 lot or something. And I'm sure the city would be more than willing to work with you for temporary parking. But I just don't see a scenario where I would create a permanent parking structure that would only last for.
And maybe a creative option here. It definitely gets a bit more expensive, but if you're going to make the initial investment in the parking lot, maybe this is a process, but maybe this becomes like a covered or submerged, parking here, that turns into almost like the first level of a garage, and then nothing above it, park or some other use above until you're ready to develop into something else. So that way it's not temporary. You're starting out investing in the foundation of a building.
That was actually something we studied using the existing underground garage for the embassy.
Yep.
Unfortunately, cost-wise and structure-wise, and from a use perspective, employees were not interested in parking in a underground garage there for safety reasons. So we elected not to go with the reuse of the existing underground parking.
Yeah, I think that it's helpful to, you know, hear what people are telling us and then look at past behavior as an indicator of what's likely to happen. The hospital's been there for 100 years, has as much structured parking as any other development in the area. So I think that, you know, you don't want your employees to walk long distances. You want to have structured parking. You want to be efficient. The type of development that they've added in the last 20 years has been very dense. It's very tall. In terms of the hospital landscape, St. Luke's was brought under another organization in the last few years, I believe. There's the hospital landscape is changing quickly. It's becoming more and more expensive. You look at KU Med, you look at you need to be specialties. You need to have really high levels of care, expert levels of care. And so we are seeing these campuses, again, look across the state line to KU Med. And so this hospital competes with KU Med. And to provide the service that we want them to provide as one of the largest anchors in this very economically important and vibrant area, I think there has to be some degree of trust in what they're doing. 5 years for me is very reasonable, knowing that, as you all said, I too agree that I don't think they're going to come back and say we're ripping up the parking in 5 years. But at that point, it's, hey, here's what the master plan looks like. Here's what the phasing looks like. Here are the things that would instigate further steps. And so in terms of the opportunity cost analysis, which I think is where Commissioner Arkin was going, and which is where I often go, it's, what happens if not? And so if not, I don't see the hospital selling this land because they can't have a parking lot. And so therefore, I think we have vacant land for the next however many years. And instead of moving cars off of the street, which we heard from the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, parking on the street is a problem. And so we have a solution to one of the problems. It's not a solution to all of the problems, but we can move parking off the street for employees of the hospital. Maybe not the best solution, but it's a solution. And I think that that's better than the opportunity cost of leaving it vacant for however long, knowing that based upon St. Luke's history, they're probably not going to divest the property. Like, that hasn't happened. So it's unlikely that we're going to see another type of development. So that's why I'll be supportive of it, knowing that it's clearly understand why it doesn't fit long-range planning's goals, but trying to broaden the scope a little bit to understand that the nature of projects and institutions of this size, again, most of the people that we're working with, most of the developers and property owners aren't 100-plus-year-old institutions that are the largest employer in the area. So that's where, again, I don't think it's perfect by any means, not what we want to see, but I'm hopeful that within 5 years they'd come back with something different.
I actually did have another question, because I do believe, if I'm looking at the map correctly, you guys have employee parking off Warnell next to Mill Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I see that you own the property that's green space currently. Couldn't you just expand the parking in that area and then think of another plan, just tear down this building, leave it green space for the time being, until you guys come up with a plan? Because that looks like about the same size as the lot we're looking at.
Are you saying in between 43rd and Mill Creek Parkway?
I wish it keep.
Yes, so that is the farthest from the campus. Obviously, employees would prefer, and we would prefer, to have them closer to the hospital building. Our other interest is not having this be just a vacant lot. The sidewalks, the existing streetscape is not pleasant. Redeveloping it short-term for parking, we believe, would improve the aesthetics and have a positive impact, as opposed to just kind of a lot where you kind of throw down some grass seed after a demolition. We feel like that would actually be the worst possible setup for the near term.
One other follow-up. So in the demo here, right? So it has the existing below grade parking. You guys have to mitigate all that, correct? So you have to rip all that out, correct?
We are working with the city on exactly what the requirements are, correct?
I guess my concern is I'm not sure how you would know the financial impact if you're not 100% sure on what that mitigation process is going to take. I mean, like I said, structurally, I understand what you're saying. Structurally, it doesn't work the same way that you guys wanted. It sounds more along the lines of like a safety concern, which I'm not sure that an indoor garage should be or below grade should be a safety concern. But if you're excavating whatever's there, right, pulling, I'm not sure when was the embassy built?
1976.
So I don't know what their footings and their, foundation looks like and all the things that need to happen for you to regrade and set everything up correctly according to like all the, what is it, the phase two, the eco, like, I mean, that's expensive. I'm saying, unless your structural engineer is saying that below grade is not structurally sound at all, which the city probably would have put a kibosh on that a while ago if the below grade wasn't structurally sound.
There were parts of the below ground garage that were not usable or accessible because of their condition. So when the embassy was in there, there were parts that were not used, that were blocked off.
Is that due to like leaks from above, or is that due to
Partially flooding, a number of items. I wasn't.
I mean, that area would get fixed anyway. The top of the garage would get fixed. It's the bottom part that I'm concerned about, because you're going to have a lot of expense in removing all that.
And that's already been evaluated, and we have been engaging in this environmental remediation over the last 6 months or so since the demolition process began in early December.
I'm just trying to look for a win-win here, where you get your parking, and it aligns with everything else until, I mean, at that point, wouldn't we just throw this out there? If you really need the spots, wouldn't we just keep the below grade and then add an elevated park, a street level parking above that, and then you have double the spots?
I think long-term, there are a lot of options for this site, a lot of different opportunities for structured parking, for mixed-use parking. I think we have studied.
I guess I just don't understand why we would remove a below grade parking to then potentially put back a below grade parking. That doesn't seem fiscally responsible.
We don't know what the footprint of the building is going to be that will go on this site.
Well, it doesn't have to align. It doesn't have to match, right? You can get bigger footprint, new footage, whatever. This is just, I'm looking at, what is the, like, kind of economic development, right? Like equitable economic development and financial like responsibility. Like, it doesn't make sense to remove something that is.
I think that goes a little bit beyond our scope.
That's true. Yeah, sorry. I'm just
kind of their decision on how they want to.
Yep. No, I get it. I'm just trying to understand.
Mr. Chairman, if we may make one kind of statement before.
There seems to be a hope that we would accelerate or actually satisfy our planning process. And in that regard, reducing the scope of the special use permit to 3 years for reevaluation by this commission, when we would bring back on the assumption that, or the condition that we come back with our comprehensive plan, and you will evaluate any modifications, extensions, changes to that approval. We'd be happy to do that because we believe in the process we're engaging. So shortening it to a 3-year planning process with the condition that any subsequent extensions of that special use permit require that we also bring back our master plan. We'd be happy to live with that. It's something we're more than happy to do because that's what we're going to do.
So I mean, my line of questioning maybe sounds like I'm on one side. I'm actually supportive of this just because of what you do as a whole and seeing the picture. I'm asking the difficult questions now because that's kind of what our job is here.
Just to speak one last to that, we have studied that extensively, the costs of doing different types of demolition, reuse, and this is the most economically feasible for the hospital at this time.
Yeah, and I Vice Chair, I'm the 3-year makes me feel a little bit better. I think, like I said, you've been in the community a long time, so I know it's not you're not going to veer off. I wanted to make sure that we are exploring all options that meet the needs of everyone.
One last question. That image you showed about the landscaping, is that the plants at full growth? So, keep on going. That one, is that the greenery at its full size, or is that?
I don't know that anybody's planting trees today that are.
Well, no.
But it'll be at ultimate growth. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be future, that's what, that full size, this is what the
The
plan.
planning will take place as part of the permit process. The plan.
That's not my question. My question is, the imagery that you're showing on the screen, is that going to be the plants at full size? Or is the trees going to be even bigger? Is the bushes going to be even bigger at full size? That's my question.
Are you talking about the pink ones?
Yeah, the trees and then the bushes along the sidewalk. Because
Yeah.
like whenever I get landscaping done, they say this is at full size, so you can visually see what it's going to look like in the end.
Commissioner Forbes, I'm going to answer your question a little different way. My hope is that by the time these trees would ever reach full growth, we actually have a building here.
Okay, that works for me.
Here's,
Thank you.
I guess, my thing with the three. I'm still not supportive of the 3-use special use permit, just because we know that this parking lot's going to be here longer than 3 years. We know that it's going to be here longer than 5 years. The only purpose of putting the 3 years is to try to expedite a development plan. I still think that whatever does or doesn't happen is going to happen at the pace that it would have with a 5-year permit anyways. So, again, I'm looking at this as, are we adding to the asphalt crater that is essentially south of Westport, which again, might add, is one of the most walkable neighborhoods in Kansas City. And then immediately south of that is just asphalt. So I don't know. I'm still very, still leaning towards a denial, even with a 3-year special use.
Question for Sarah Baxter. The question about condition number 10, the 7,000 roughly dollars. I've forgotten. Are we able to designate it for specific uses? There's a request from public testimony that gets directed towards the park that it's adjacent to. Is that something that it can be done?
Yes, it could be. I'm not sure why that was designated the way it was, though, if there was a reason for that.
Just to the Parks Department?
Is that just how they?
That's how it was just discussed with staff, from Parks and Recreation to Development Management staff.
Yeah, because I know.
I guess I don't know if the Parks Department has some policy. I would need to follow up with
I
them. but-
remembered the ongoing reasonable debate that, whether it's planting trees or dedicating money, you want to keep that local, but then also at the same time, it's like, well, there's more development in this part of the city and we'd want that to be something that is equitably spread. And so I just wasn't sure, 7,000, it seems like a reasonable ask. It seems like it's something that we could do, but I didn't know if there was a reason to avoid doing so.
Unfortunately, we don't have park staff available today to answer your question.
Okay. Then on that one, I think what we could do is ask staff to prior to going to council, consider dedicating it. And so leaving it as a consideration. So that way it could potentially be done if Parks is agreeable. And if not, it remains as is. So then condition number 2 is the condition that has it currently listed as 5 years. Any other thoughts?
I have.
Discussion?
Yeah. So you mentioned that you have some plans to develop on north of 43rd. So this we know, like Commissioner Hasek says, that this parking lot, you say, is going to replace another parking lot. Basically,
That's what we anticipate.
Right. So can you share a little bit more on what other plans you have to develop on the north, like on the north of the 43rd Street? Because personally, to me, it's just a little bit hard to say yes on something that I have half information, right?
Sure.
And 5 years from now, we're gonna feel the same empathy for the hospital, and you're gonna be even more important than you are right now for Kansas City. But it's just, if we have more information on what the actual plan is.
So the previous plan from 2009 is what was shown earlier. We have recently completed an RFP for design consultants and are interviewing our final 2 consultants to help us with this master planning process. that will kick off in the next month, and we anticipate being done in 12 to 18 months. I can tell you what a lot of internal discussions have been on that property, but we are really waiting to work with this design consultant who can help us walk through the process, engage in appropriate stakeholders, the neighborhood, everybody, to update that 2009 plan to reflect where we are going today. So the land north of 43rd Street is worth too much to be long-term surface parking. The hospital has an interest in stitching together, restitching the urban fabric of that area. And we have engaged not just a facility master planner, but actual urban planners as part of this process to help us with this master plan. So I understand the frustration of not knowing what that is going to look like. And that's why we believe in the next 3 years, we will be coming back to this commission with a master plan development for the entirety of the campus.
So there's a potential of eventually having a parking garage or something to consolidate all these parking lots.
There's definitely higher and better uses of this land, and we anticipate putting that into action as part of this update to the master plan and moving forward with it over the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years.
I just had one question. You were talking about this parking lot has to be gated off. Can you speak
Right.
a little more about that?
So hang on. Section 88-323-02B relates to surface parking, and that's our Boulevard and Parkway standard section. And it says non-accessory surface parking is prohibited. So that's why those gates are up, to keep it accessory to St. Luke's Hospital.
You all know the number of parking spaces you have in structured parking across is it 3 garages, 4 garages?
There are 4 structured garages, roughly 5,200 spaces in those structured garages.
Yeah, to me, it's a good indicator that they'll continue to build structured garages or structured parking as much as they can. And when you have 5,000 people on a campus, I mean, I think it's something you have to do. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one clarifying question for condition number 10? You asked prior to BZA that staff work with parks to see if we can dedicate it to a certain park, or just, okay.
To consider, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to recommend approval of the special use permit for docket item number 3, amending condition number 2 to 3 years instead of 5 years, and amending condition 10 to state that staff work with parks to consider dedicating that fee in lieu to the adjacent park.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to recommend approval for docket item number 3. Alec, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Hazard,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Dia.
Aye.
All right, docket item number 3 passes, and good luck with the project, and we'll see you all in a few years.
Or sooner.
Or less.
Yeah.
Hopefully
you.
less.
We take a 5-minute break. Do you want to take a short break? We usually take one at some point in the morning.
Staff's asking for a quick break, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break and reconvene at 11 something.
All right, thank you.
It's before you sat down.
a note during the last case that some of you are a little hard to hear online. Like I know the sound is great in here, but the Zoom, so if you could, the sound levels aren't quite the same as what we hear. So if you could speak closely into your microphone, we would appreciate that.
You want-
And the people online would appreciate it.
The kickback where when we like make a P sound, it pops.
Maybe not quite that much, but
Ready? There it is. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and start with docket item number, what, 4?
docket item number 4, yes, is case CD CPC 2026-9, a request to approve a major amendment to Antioch Crossing to change permitted uses in District UR on about 42 acres generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Vivian Road and North Shoto Trafficway. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner.
Good morning, Commissioners. As stated, we have docket item number 4, which is a major amendment to Antioch Crossing, which is located in the northern portion of the city, just south of Gladstone. And this is the subject site. It's a large commercial area with, I think, about 15 parcels. And this is the development plan that has been amended over time. It is a UR zoning district with the associated development plan. And so all we're considering today is changing some of the permitted uses. As we've seen over time, some of the older plans are very specific in the uses allowed. And as market changes, then new tenants have interest, and these plans are amended to offer more flexibility in uses. So the main changes to permitted uses are really just expanding to additional uses typically permitted in the B2 zoning district, some indoor medium entertainment venues, and some additional motor vehicle repair and cleaning services on a handful of lots. And the master developer and property owner of most of these parcels worked very diligently with the other property owners. I know there was a lot of negotiation on their part, so everyone could agree on all the uses proposed on this amendment. And then I just have a few street view images of the site. This is at the southern entrance off Vivian Road. This is on the north western side and the eastern side. So most of the site is already developed, but again, tenants are coming and going. And so that is the applicant's request, is to have some additional uses. And with that, city plan, oh, I did not update this from a different PowerPoint. Apologies. The staff recommendation is approval with conditions. And I can take any questions, and hopefully this will move forward to council with the commission's approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
I thought self-storage was also a use that was being added.
So there is some existing, again, with the UR being this large and so many uses, there is an existing self-storage use. And so also to clean up the table, we made sure that that was included on all of the applicable parcels. And I believe it's limited really to this lot 15. So those main uses are going to be in the 15A and 15B, which are in the northeastern portions. There's, I think it's an extra space self-storage facility up on lot 15B. And then there's just some additional, I think, commercial storage on 15A, and those are existing
Okay,
uses.
so that use is not being expanded beyond where it is existing. Got it.
Correct.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jacob Hodson with Olson at 1301 Burlington Street in North Kansas City. We're here in front of you today to change some uses for Antioch Crossing. We've been here many times before. We're just trying to clean this up. There is some adaptive reuse of some of the existing buildings, which is the primary reason we're in front of you today. So with that, if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I'd ask for approval, and we do agree with all staff's conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. You guys are messing me up. You guys are like,
There are no hands raised online.
okay. We'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 4. Alec, can you take roll call, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Now it looks like the motion passes. You'll be glad when Margaret comes back, huh? Is that what you're
Yeah.
thinking? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, let's move on to docket item number 5, please.
Docket item number 5.1 is case CD CPC 2026-20, a request to approve an amendment to the SWOPE area plan from open space buffer to commercial on about 2.5 acres generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue. Docket item 5.2 is case CD CPC 2026-21, a request to approve a rezoning from District B4-2 and R-5 to District B4-3 on about 2.5 acres generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue. And item 5.3 is case CD CPC 2026-22, a request to approve a development plan for 2 principal buildings on 1 lot and serving in lieu of a special use permit for a limited manufacturing use in proposed District B4-3 on about 2.5 acres generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner.
Okay. Morning again. As stated, the 3 companion cases before you are for an area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan at 6655 Troost. Site is located in the SWOPE area plan just west of Highway 71. And this is the subject site highlighted in yellow. There is 1 existing industrial building used for limited manufacturing, and the development plan is proposing an expansion of that use into a second principal building, which you'll see on the site plan coming up. But first, looking at the area plan amendment. So the very eastern portion of this site has a future land use recommendation of open space buffer, and the rest of the site is designated for commercial. So that's the amendment before you, is just to make this remaining sliver commercial. And that sliver generally aligns with the split zoning on this property. So that very eastern part is currently zoned R-5. And so the request is to rezone it to a B4 to allow that limited manufacturing use. And actually we are rezoning the entire site to move up 1 intensifier to allow some additional height on the proposed building, which you'll see in the elevations. So here we have the site plan showing that existing building and the proposed building on the eastern portion of the site. There, the new building will be approximately 33,000 square feet, and it will be 4 stories with 1 new curb cut that leads directly into a subgrade parking garage, which was discussed in our initial pre-application meeting to keep all the truck circulation off of Troost and not have it circle in off of 67th Street, which is getting into the residential area. So we appreciate the redesign on the site. And then some additional landscaping will be added, street trees along 67th, and some shrubs and grasses to soften up the building and provide a little bit of screening for those abutting residences. Then we have some building elevations. Primary material is some metal panel. There will be windows throughout, and then some perforated metal screening elements. So this building will be used for office and light manufacturing uses. So screening for some of the equipment and ventilation, and that garage entrance off of 67th Street. And as I mentioned, we're going up to, the request is for a B4-3. And there's some grade change on this part of the site. It does slope down, and so the building gets a little bit higher. And the B4-3 district allows a maximum of 55 feet, and I believe the building sits at about 53. So just accommodating that height without needing any additional variances or deviations. And some more building elevations, and then the street view images of the site. You can really see where it dips down here on 67th. And then this is the existing building. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the area plan amendment and rezoning, and approval with conditions of the development plan. And I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Morning, I'm Steve Salzer with Helix Architecture and Design. And I believe we also have Kylie with the Meanwhile USA online.
Yes, hello. Yeah, I'm online.
So I guess we're requesting, I don't know, we're requesting approval of this plan. We feel that the Meanwhile, and Kai can speak to the nature of what Meanwhile does here, which is a light kind of assembly of electronic components. Kai, maybe do you want to give a little background on Meanwhile?
Yes. So meanwhile, we're a manufacturer of power supplies, and our factories are mainly overseas right now. But we're planning to expand our operations in the United States from just a distribution office into more of a value-added assembly, where we will take the power supplies manufactured overseas and then assemble them into solutions locally, where we will not do any heavy manufacturing or assembly, but it's mainly just value-added assembly based on our customers' needs in the U.S. and small modifications.
Okay.
Yeah, so the new structure supplements their current operation on site. They have an existing brick building there on Troost, set to the back of the site. As Genevieve said, that small portion of that site is not a B zone, so we're asking that it be a B zone so we can accommodate the growth of their operation on this site. And I don't know, what else should I say?
And Kai, I have your slides if you'd like to share any additional information.
Yeah, I think I can give a quick overview on Meanwhile, and then our vision with the new building and why we're proposing this. So meanwhile, as mentioned earlier, we're a Taiwan, headquartered in Taiwan. We manufacture power supplies. We were established in 1982. And global wide, we have about a little over 2,300 employees. And 2026, we're projected to achieve about 1.36 billion revenue group wide. Next slide, please. And here's a map of our global operation. And I want to emphasize that for the North America, we currently have 3 sites. North America office headquarters is in Fremont, California. That's the Meanwhile USA office. And then we also have a sales office in New Jersey. And for the Kansas City location, our vision is to designate this as one of the manufacturing site, but only doing the light manufacturing, and then R&D and technical support center in the future. So currently, the existing building, we use that for logistics service. We have we stock about 10 to 12 million USD worth of power supply products locally, but we want to have this new building in order to help expand our capabilities. So please go to the next slide. Yeah, so at the site, currently occupying the building is Meanwhile Power Solutions, which is a subsidiary to Meanwhile USA that is in charge of the aforementioned value-added service. So our service, Meanwhile, for power supplies, power supplies are typically components that go in other products. But our vision with Meanwhile Power Solutions is to to convert from a component provider to a solutions provider. So our services mainly cover DCM. What we call the DCM is design for the customized power systems, and then certify. We work with the local safety agencies, and then we do the manufacturing and assembly in the US for these solutions that are designed locally. So I think the most important part is our vision with the new building. So with the current building, there are limited space that we can perform the manufacturing. A lot of that is designated to warehousing, and so we do plan to continue expanding our operation in the Kansas City area. So with the new building, we'll be able to hire more engineering staff as well as more production team. So we aim to enhance the local design and research capabilities. And we also want to expand the production team and increase our production capacity locally in the US. And then lastly, we want to exemplify Meanwell's dedication to sustainability by also designing this building and certifying to the LEED silver or higher standards. And then the new building, here's just a quick timeline. Hopefully with the approval of the commissions and everything, we are able to begin construction later this year, around August, September timeframe. And then we hope to finish the construction by September 2027. And here's the just some slides showcasing the lot. So as mentioned earlier, this is the R5 zoning right now. We want to combine with the existing lot and then change that to the B4-3 zoning. Yeah, and then here's just a one layer render showing the garage and how it will be used. So we'll enter through the 67s and then pull directly into the garage. And above grade, there will be 3 floors. And here's just a quick overview of how we plan to use this building. So the first floor will be mainly the office area with the reception area. And then there will also be a small loading dock that will lead to an elevator that will be able to transfer products up and down into the second floor production area. So the second floor will be dedicated to the light manufacturing, the assembly. And then there will be products transferred from the main building to and from. So that's why we have the loading dock there. And on the third floor, we're designating this to the employee welfare training center, as well as cafeteria and the rest area for the employees. Yeah, and here's just the landscaping showcasing the new trees and the bushes that we're planning to put up. And then here's the exterior render of the finished building. And that's all I wanted to share today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your investment in Kansas City and the things that you're doing. Very impressive. Any other questions for the applicant?
Did you all hear from any neighbors on East 66th Terrace or East 67th Street?
Kai, do you want to speak to that?
Yes. So no, we hosted a public engagement meeting on April 1st at our neighbors' building, and then we didn't hear back from any of our neighbors or yeah.
Got it. And then yep, saw the public engagement meeting, fully understand normal processes were followed. Do you all plan to knock on those doors of the adjacent homes just to try to give them a heads up about what's coming? I imagine a heads up would be helpful, because otherwise they're going to see a relatively tall commercial structure go up that they might not be aware of.
Mm-hmm. We have not done that, but if the city believes that would be helpful, we can take the initiative and then do that. Yes.
Yeah, I wish they would have come to your public meeting. It'd be nice. I mean, I'm excited for the project. I just want to avoid the situation where someone feels as though they were left out of the loop, because I understand why they might be surprised if they end up being surprised by the structure. So I think it'd be good to do to at least everyone that's bordering the property, and then perhaps, even a few houses in on both East 67th Street and then also East 66th Terrace. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, sorry, maybe I missed this. What is the height difference from what's there currently to this new building?
The new building is about 53 feet tall, average grade plane. So there's a significant grade drop from one side to the other, almost a full story.
Yep.
So the average is about 52 feet, so taller on the east and shorter on the west. The existing zoning B4-2, I think, has a limitation of 35 feet, I want to say, from memory. The existing building is probably it's under 30 feet, I would say, at its highest point in the rear warehouse area.
The storage?
Yes.
Well, so it's, I mean, with parapet, you're probably at least 30, right? Because you're 3 stories, probably 10-foot minimum, or 10.8 floor to floor.
The existing building is a single story tall, so it does have
Sorry, I meant the
okay.
adjacent buildings over there, because there's a couple other
Oh.
larger buildings. So I'm trying to figure out, like, are we being,
So directly to the north is Large Printing, which they have a very tall commercial building. It's taller than Meanwell's existing building. I couldn't tell you the height of it. Directly across Truce is a self-storage facility that's several stories tall. So
yeah.
to the south, we have existing cemetery, so pretty
Yeah,
low.
sorry, I meant
Yep.
to say
Mhm.
the adjacent property, or
Oh, directly
across,
adjacent to
across
the
the
east.
street, because
Yeah.
that's your height relation, so I was just trying to figure that out.
Yeah, directly to the south, there are no structures. It's a cemetery property.
Yep.
And directly to the east, there are single-family residential homes that are, a single story tall with sloping roofs. So they're, shorter.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's move on to public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 5.1, 5.2, or 5.3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Good morning.
Morning. I'm here as a neighbor to the building.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to familiarize.
Can you state your name and
sorry?
an address?
Sharon Sawyer, 1205 East 66 Terrace.
Thank you.
So I'm the house that's right adjacent to the land in the building, the very first house. And so behind me right now, when I look out my kitchen, I see the parking lot for the building, and then I see the cemetery and the greenery, right? So I'm just here because I wanted to know, what am I going to be looking at with the new building in the back? Is it going to be coming closer to me on the front, and then the back view is going to be a big tall building that's, what, 5 stories high? That's what I'm here for. So is it like going to be more commercialized is what I'm asking.
Yeah, you can probably pull up some of those renderings and you'll.
Yeah, I think the elevations would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Directly? Okay. So, if I understand you correctly, your property, the rear yard of your property faces Meanwell's existing parking lot.
The side and the rear.
It's the 60 on 66th.
66 Terrace.
Yeah, so it's that first property.
The very first house.
So this will be, so these, so this building, about 35 feet, or 52 feet, 3 stories will be what you see, this building facade. It will function to help screen the existing parking lot and truck operations that you can currently clearly see on Meanwell's property, because it's planned to be placed directly outside of the paved area that you can see. So on the grassy part that's within their property. So while it may block some of the views of the cemetery that you have, it will also help function to hide some of that back of house truck movements that you may be able to clearly see now.
Which I don't mind looking at.
Okay.
because I still have nature to view. So I'm just trying to see, am I going to be encircled? Are you going to be encircling my house in the back? So what's currently the parking lot in my back, is that going to be building?
There you go. Okay. So this is a site plan, and you can see in the bottom right corner, that's the proposed new building. And the big kind of irregular rectangle to the left is the existing building. And the very dark space in the middle of the screen, you can see there, that's the existing paving that you can see outside of the property. So north is up and the cemetery is south to the off of this.
Question on that site plan where it says existing building, is that on 12, is that 1201 or is that the, or is that,
There is
Yeah.
no 1201.
okay, so that's your, so that's your house right there. Okay.
So the building will be in the back.
Yeah, the building will be directly to your backyard, not to your side yard. So there's no proposed changes to your side yard in this plan.
Going to be where that park, right now it's paved, concrete. There's going to be a building there.
It will be next to the paving where there's
Green
grass.
field that right now is next to your current parking lot, is that going to remain?
That's where the building's.
That's exactly where the building will go in this image. There will be additional landscaping that is planned for the perimeter of the building. So trees, tall grasses, and shrubs. So it'll be nicer.
Can you go back to the plan again? With, yeah, that one. So it looks like, so the dark area is parking, meaning it looks like half of your yard would have a straight shot across to the cemetery, right? You'd be able to see it. There's no visual block. And then the other half, or is it because the grade change, you won't see it?
You would be able to see partially. May I go up to the
Sure,
screen?
yeah.
and point?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Maybe it's easier, go to Google Maps.
potentially.
Take the microphone with you, please. No, this one.
So your home is here. This is the corner of the existing building as it exists right now. I think your home is right here, if I understand you correctly.
So they're calling me the existing building.
That's right.
Okay.
And
And
there's
there's,
a-
right now, there's greenery right here.
Yes.
That's
Yep.
separating me to the building.
You have fencing, a little
Right.
bit of green right here, and then their kind of gold colored warehouse. That's here. Nothing's changing about that. The paving that you see today will be rebuilt more or less as you see it today. It just has to, some things have to go underneath it. And then the new building is here.
Right
So
behind
you'll,
me.
right behind you into the east slightly. So your view of the cemetery remains through here. All through here and here, but just not this way, further
And this
east.
The open field area is currently an open field area. Is that where
Correct.
this building is going?
Exactly, right here. It's currently grass, and that's where this is planned.
So it's going to be a detached building?
Correct.
Why are they doing that? Can I ask, why are they doing it? Is that inappropriate for me to ask that question?
No, it's not inappropriate as to why they're doing it. They just, sounds like they have the building now and they need more space for, to help enhance their building and what they do at their, whatever they're manufacturing and putting together. So they're wanting the extra space for that. So we were just kind of talking here. It sounds like we probably need to have another public meeting where you can actually sit down and talk to the folks and present the project to them, and talk a little bit more detail on that.
They did have one meeting at, across the street and I missed it. So it's not their fault that I missed that meeting.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
But it's just, I wanted to know what the surroundings of my house is going to turn into. And so it sounds like the existing parking lot behind my house is staying. And then next to that is where the building is going to be. Am I right?
That's more or less correct, yes.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, splitting
what I-
splitting the difference between half of your backyard and then your neighbor's backyard.
Okay, which is my mom. My mom is my neighbor. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
so the building is going to be 5 stories tall.
No, it'll be 3 from your view. One level will be sunken, so it's 4 total, but the parking is below from your vantage point. So it's 3 stories, but it will be about 50 feet tall, 52 feet tall.
And it's going to look with like that siding uh, that you showed, like a steel building. Is this going to be just a steel building or?
It will have a metal siding is what is proposed, a very nice pre-finished metal cladding that you would see that it's very common on office buildings.
And then it also looks like you have, this is important just because it's
Mhm.
abutting their property. It looks like there's quite a few plants that pretty much line it. What, do you know what species those are?
Ooh. Yeah.
Just,
That's
just
out of my
helpful to
lane,
know if they're
but
doing like some
I
sort of.
can tell you the nature of them. I don't know exactly what they are, but there's a variety of height and type. Part of the LEED Gold, the sustainability certification we're going for, part of achieving that will be including native landscape, so prairie grasses and native plants that aren't just mown grass. They're tall and they're more kind of visually interesting. At the perimeter, we'll have kind of evergreen shrubs that have some height to them.
It might be helpful in a follow-up engagement with the neighborhood to provide on your elevations, maybe those trees in front of that elevation specifically from those angles so that they can see exactly what their view would be from their yards potentially.
Is the existing fencing that's there going to remain? Is it going to still be the same fencing?
That's what it says.
Yeah, okay.
In the rear, yes, I don't think that's that may not be Meanwell's fence, but
Apparently, I take care of your shrubs. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. I've been doing it for years, but I was just wondering, okay, how's my life changing with this new? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Genevieve, can you show on the map, because it's hard to see on the parcel viewer, this actual site is zoned both B42 and R5. Where does the line dividing the two located?
So the red line is the zoning line, and it is basically cuts off about where the parking lot ends. So this entire grassy area is that R zoning district. So everything that's been developed on site was done in the B4 district.
This will all be done in the B4?
This will all be zoned to B4-3 to allow that extra height. So we're going from a maximum height allowed of 45 feet to 55 feet.
Okay. All right, anybody else for public testimony?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to clarify, Kevin Pinkowski with BHC with the civil engineer on the project. I want to clarify this meeting. Are you asking for another neighborhood engagement meeting going through the same process, or you?
I don't know if it's
on doors.
It's a true neighborhood meeting. I think you need to meet with the adjacent owners of this property because you are putting a building up right next to their house.
Sure.
And so they need to have, and I think that should be done prior to going to council, in my opinion, just to have that discussion. with
So
them.
is this going to be a condition of approval?
From our standpoint, likely, it'll be an added condition.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's this is a tough one for me to approve. I like the project, but I just would love if the neighbors felt a little bit up to speed. And again, I think you all did what you're supposed to do. In this type of scenario, I just think if I've lived here for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, and then all of a sudden something that was zoned for single family housing is gonna tower over my property, with windows into my backyard, I'd want to have heard about it, seen what it's going to look like, et cetera. So, I'm going to recommend two conditions after hearing from other commissioners on how they feel about the project. I'm going to recommend two additional conditions. One is that the screening gets doubled on both the north of the property and then also the east of the property, and I'll let you all work with staff. In my mind, doubling would be both trying to add height, but then also some depth, just to as much as possible make it so the experience is one that feels like you've got as welcoming a backyard as you can have in this scenario, and then same for the side yard. So hopefully that seems within reason, and you all can figure out what reasonable is. But I think that's an appropriate thing to ask for when going from a residential zoning to something that's for this commercial. And then secondly, as the chair said, I think I'm going to add a condition to the effect of, requiring that you all put in a concerted effort of, knock on each door 3 different days, 3 different times. And if you don't reach, I guess it's probably 3 or 4 neighbors on the backside and 1 or 2 to the east, because I do think it's important, even not just the adjacent one to the east, but probably 1 or 2 over. If you don't reach them, you don't reach them, but at least trying to get a hold of them so that way they can understand the project and feel as though they know what's happening. So that I plan to add those 2 conditions, but contingent upon what other commissioners think.
Can I ask for a clarification on both of those? One, of staff, does the landscaping requirements have a height? Is there a height requirement in the landscaping ordinance?
Not for the particular area that it's in.
Okay, so when you say double the height, I don't know what that means.
Sure. Right now, as indicated from the landscaping plan, there's like 1 row of plants. And again, as we just kind of all discussed, it's not necessarily specified yet. I mean, I think I'm lacking specificity, both intentionally, but also because I don't know enough to give you
Okay.
more specificity. So, what I'm thinking is, and I won't be able to convey this in the condition, so this is just so you understand. What it looks like to me is a row of hopefully evergreen shrubs that are going to grow to 6 feet or so. What I would like to see is an extra layer that provides even taller height. So like some tree species that can be thin, because I know there's not a whole lot of area there, but something that allows extra screening, because again, this is going to be a pretty stark difference and not what one would expect from a residential zone.
Yes, I think maybe if I were to add, I don't know if it's necessarily as much the exact height that I think is important, but like the vertical density that's there. And it's kind of an intentionally vague term because
I tried to draw a quick little diagram as quickly as I could here. So it's basically shrub bottom layer and then doing a second tier that would actually do, so you're giving density both, there's like an overlap there. And then also you figure from a vantage point down here, you're really blocking off quite a bit of the building. Something along those lines.
Like a layered.
Yep.
And then on your second condition, I assume, we'll just keep track of, we tried this day at these addresses and turn that into staff, something.
Yeah, you might not
that.
reach them. That's
Right.
totally reasonable. Sometimes people can't make a meeting, so I think it's just, and if you can leave something behind with information and some pictures, I think that'd be helpful. Again, and really, it's as much for them as for you all, so that way when the project is underway, you don't have people who are upset when it's too late. It's we've just found it's worth the effort on the front end.
I apologize for being Johnny come lately, but I'm just curious why the new building can't be pushed to the west, closer to the existing? Is that because you have docks and access to your product there?
Correct. The way the site currently works is the trucks come off of Truce and they need to basically make a 180 to access the dock on the existing building. And so the maneuvering clearances are very tight as they exist, which is why we're positioning the addition or the second structure outside of that zone, basically just outside of their current paved area.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? Anything else you'd like to add? Question?
The only other comment I was going to make, and I talked with Genevieve about this, there is a condition, number 7, that relates to fire access roads. I know we don't have any fire staff here, and they can't comment on that, but we just don't comply with that condition. So Genevieve and I have discussed that we're gonna work with staff and the fire marshal to figure out how to work with that condition. So just wanted to get that on record.
Okay.
The condition doesn't need to be changed from a staff's perspective. It can.
We have not been able to get a hold of our reviewer who placed the condition, and so we want to get his input since I don't know about the fire code, so we're gonna work internally, and have a resolution on that, and then when it moves forward to council, either it stays or we request it be modified.
All right. Yeah, appreciate the investment in Kansas City and in this part of the city. Appreciate the materials being used and the thoughtfulness of the building. I think it looks like a good project. So I'm going to, Chair Crowell, go ahead and recommend approval of docket item 1.5 without conditions, 5.1 without conditions, 5.2 without conditions, 5.3 with conditions, adding 2 conditions. 1, asking that the applicant make an effort to contact the 3 closest neighbors on East 66th Terrace and the 2 closest neighbors on East 67th Terrace, a minimum of 2 different times between now and before going to council, and leaving some information behind about the project and how they could contact the applicant. And then a second condition, requiring that the landscaping on any perimeter that borders residential be doubled, or working with staff to ensure that the landscaping is doubled by adding vertical density. Or was that?
I don't even know if I would just say doubled. I would just say just good faith effort
Good
and,
faith
and
efforts
increasing
and-
density of vertical
And site-
vegetation.
And prevent something about sight lines.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, clear as mud.
Got it.
All right, second.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 with the addition of 2 conditions as stated to 5.3. Alec, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Looks like the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to docket item 6, please.
Docket item number 6 is case CD SUP 2026-13, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for an addition on an existing campus in District R6 and R80 on about 95 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. Justin Smith is the staff planner.
Is the applicant available?
I believe the applicant is online. We do have a hand raised from David Wood. I'll promote to panelist. And David, you can let me know if there's anyone else that is joining you.
Good morning. We may have a couple of representatives from the school district as well as the design team.
Okay, yours is the only hand raised.
Okay.
All right. Hello again, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development Management Division. In front of you is a special use permit for Park Hill Schools, high school and middle school campus. The subject site is located within the 1st District in the Northland within the boundaries of the Line Creek Area Plan. Just a closer look at the site. It's on the south west corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. The last special use permit was approved in 2023, which approved in addition to the high school on the west side of the high school, a softball field, and a couple accessory buildings such as some locker rooms. Today's proposal is another addition to the high school. This will be on the south side of the high school. locker rooms for the practice field as long as a storage room, a new baseball field with accessory buildings, and some reconfiguration of the parking lots and interior streets. So the addition to the high school is approximately 78,000 square feet. There's multiple different metal wall panelings that it's made of and a couple different types of brick. There is a variance requested for the new parking area on the, I guess that would be the northeast corner of the site. 88-365-05 requires that parking for institutional or public uses may only be located in the side or rear yard. So that'd be a complete deviation being in the front yard. Here's the renderings of that new addition. Next is the district baseball stadium, which will have concessions, locker rooms, and restrooms. This is kind of staff's main concern is the proximity to the residential area to the south and the spillover that will be caused by the lights. The zoning and development code requires the spillover not to exceed 0.186 foot candles onto residentially zoned properties. It might be hard to see. It looks, this is the lighting plan submitted, showing the lighting at the property line. I believe the highest level is 0.8, so it's about 0.5 off of the requirement. There is a section in the code that would allow for alternative compliance. I think due to the baseball field being this close to residential, we are requesting that the applicant and the school district request a variance to that. Here is that locker room and storage building. There are a couple signage variances that are going to be requested. The top is at the corner of Berry and Congress, which is a oversized monument sign. And then they have another monument sign, which they are proposing a digital sign if the digital sign does get approved coming up to be heard in May, that new ordinance. And then they will be requesting variances to more signage on the high school. So with that, staff does recommend approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? So I guess I got a few for this particular, well, maybe not for you, for the applicant.
Okay.
So I'll wait.
How long is the SUP for?
We did not put a time limit on this one just because it's a school, and so everything that's going to be built will remain.
Okay.
I guess I do have one question for staff. So this was recommended approval, subject to conditions. But like you said, there's quite a few variances with the signage, and we've seen these quite a bit recently. And I feel like we've been stricter on the signage. So I guess from the staff's point of view, why is this one acceptable, unlike the others?
Yeah, so we're recommending approval of the additions themselves. We've asked the applicant to provide different sizes of these signs, just because, we've seen the Board of Zoning Adjustment react differently to school signage itself. And so we're requesting that they provide, smaller signs in their proposal to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. But overall,
So
Staff does not recommend approval or
and
disapproval of variances. We're recommending approval of the special use.
well,
permit.
I do also see the condition, all signage shall conform to that code. So we are conditioning that it should be adjusted essentially. So we're approving the special use. We're not approving.
Right, they need to comply or seek a variance.
Okay,
Which-
right, yeah, of course.
Which
Okay,
we don't make a recommendation on.
okay, I just want to make sure we're not voting on the signage because it's in the application or in the imagery, rather
Yeah,
we're
those will just-
voting on.
there is a condition that says they must seek all approval of all variances or conform to the zoning and development code.
Okay.
Any other questions for city staff? Okay, let's move on and welcome the applicant.
Good
Good
morning.
morning still. Yeah.
David Wood with Caw Valley Engineering. Looks like Grant has joined the meeting as well. He's with Hollis and Miller Architects. Just kind of a high level discussion on this. This is obviously part of an ongoing master plan effort at the Park Hill High School campus. This project was approved by the voters via the 2025 bond to kind of build this first addition on the building to allow for the ultimate demolition of the existing high school as future phases of the new high school are built. To accommodate this addition and allow for this campus to remain functional, we are seeking to build the baseball complex there on the southeast corner of the site to keep it on campus. And then there are some ancillary other improvements, kind of the locker room and those kind of things that'll get added into this particular phase of the project. Other than that, happy to do my best to answer your questions. If it's specific to the architecture or signage, I'll probably defer to Hollis and Miller for those answers.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? So the new addition, what's the primary purpose of that?
It's classrooms and common space primarily. So the existing school, the northern side of the school has got some classrooms built in 1957. It's having its issues. So the intent is to start to phase out the old building and, like I mentioned, build the new building, and some of those core kind of administrative functions, some classrooms and the common area, cafeteria, kitchen kind of stuff is going to get relocated into the new addition on the south side of the school. Future additions would be more classroom space than some of the other kind of events, possibly new performing arts center, those kind of things down the road. But again, that's more master plan, not part of this particular request.
Okay. It looks like obviously it's taken away the existing baseball diamond, and a lot of the parking will go away that's there on that southeast corner of the existing school. So I see that some of the parking will be kind of updated there on the east side of the access road that goes around. Is there other parking that's going to be put in to accommodate all the spaces taken out?
So what we had done with this plan, it kind of dovetails with the work that was done previously in 2023. There was about 200 parking stalls that were added as part of that project on the southwest side of campus. Previously, the softball field and the secondary baseball field were built over and paved, so to speak. The softball field was moved to the west in kind of anticipation with some of this future work. We are not going backwards to where we were before 2022 parking, 2023 parking. So we're kind of still at a net increase overall from where we were historically on this campus. We do recognize and have worked with the school district to place as much parking back into this plan as we can cost effectively, to not necessarily interfere with future plans of continuing to kind of take down that high school on the north side in future phases without having necessarily a bunch of sacrificial work that may get removed, 5 years down the road. As we do kind of continue to develop this campus and the building, the ultimate building will get much smaller in footprint. That will allow some additional parking on the north side of the school to kind of essentially ring itself around the perimeter of the building. The ultimate goal is kind of have 360-degree access around the facility, better parent pickup and drop off circulation, those kind of things. And as part of that, we're doing some of the preliminary work as part of this project. But again, it's just really phase one and what we could bite off in this particular bond.
Okay. Regarding the baseball diamond, so where's the new locker room going to be placed? Is that part of the concession stand or is that somewhere else?
So the Grant Tommy with Hollis Miller Architects, the baseball field itself has a limited facility will not function traditionally like a traditional locker room. It's really more of a team meeting space that is designed for essentially the team members who aren't of driving age have a place to stay out of the weather. So there is what we're calling, it's more of a team room clubhouse is what that facility is functioning as with the restrooms.
Is that the building that's kind of out there and adjacent to right field, or something like that?
Yeah, yeah, it's third base side, just west of third base side. That's correct.
Okay. And looking at the field itself, it looks like it'd pay off to be a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, yeah. The gas easement is making it a little fun.
Is there any concern if you get, somebody that comes up that the baseballs will be hit out in the street, or is there enough grade difference there that you'd have to hit
So,
it pretty darn hard to do that?
yeah, between the 30-foot long gas easement there in right field, as well as there's a existing, at its highest point, about a 10-foot tall retaining wall that abuts Congress Drive. It would be quite the moonshot to get beyond those two components. So
Okay, so the fence itself for the field will kind of vary in height to accommodate the distance from home plate out to the fence?
So the current dimension to right field is 325 feet, which is fairly standard for high school baseball. Of course, in right center, it flattens out there a little bit, but it will be an 8-foot tall fence, which is kind of modern day standards. And then again, yes, so we'd push another 30 feet, so that would be about a 355-foot shot. And then there's that retaining wall, which is outboard of the outfield fence as well.
Okay. As part of your drawing and site plan, you're showing a kind of a newer football field. Is that just like a practice facility? Is it going to be turf, or is it back to natural grass?
That is the existing practice field that's out there today.
Okay.
The markings that you're seeing are more for placement, so the school district could understand how much space they have. The existing field's about 150 yards long. It's just documenting a still 100-yard field. And then I think partially, and Grant didn't mention this, there is another building kind of on the north end of that practice field. That is the kind of team locker room for the actual stadium. There was a kind of a rendering presented during Justin's presentation.
That's
Okay.
for the football stadium.
As far as your new signage that you're proposing, where are those going again? Are they on the north side, or are they along the east side as well?
So the large sign that's being proposed is up on the corner of Berry and Congress, kind of facing the intersection. Design intent was
Oh,
to kind
okay.
of say this is the campus, the Park Hill High School campus. There are some other kind of just typical monument signs. One will be placed down at kind of the main drive on the Congress Avenue side of the project on the south eastmost drive into the campus. There's some wayfinding signs, and then as well as there's some proposed building signage, the name of the high school. And
Mhm.
I think a lot of that is still kind of work in progress. We need to kind of work with staff, either to obtain the variances as Justin referenced, or to kind of dial those back in line with the zoning code.
Okay. Schedule. Is there kind of an anticipated schedule, and especially the addition, maybe the baseball field, when those will be done or when they're in progress?
If all goes to plan, we'll start construction this summer. Baseball would need to be complete by February of 27 to allow for that season to start. I think the high school is intended to be mostly complete 2028-ish, as the addition on the south side of the school and those parking lots come into realization. Then we can go on and demo the building on the north side of the school and kind of finish that last little parking lot up on the north side. So this is a long project, kind of a probably 3-year build.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that in the end, I think it's a great project. It looks like it'll be a great addition for Park Hill High School. There's a lot of stuff on this plan, and it looks like there's busy, so to speak, but I think in the end, it's not going to be, it's just going to really improve the access in and out, provide for the new classrooms, and that it's much needed. And I think it'll be a good one in the end. So thanks for answering my questions. Anything else? Anybody have? Let's open it for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
We had 2 hands raised during the presentation. The first was staff iPhone.
Yeah, I apologize. This is Marcus Wright. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Park Hill School District. Just here for any questions as needed.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the second is Jason L.
Jason is one of the architects with Hollis and Miller.
Oh, thank you.
Apologize for that. I was muted. Thank you,
Yeah,
Marcus.
Those were our only hands raised.
Okay. All right,
I
if
think it's
there's,
going to be in support.
I'd imagine
Most
so.
definitely.
All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else to add from the applicant standpoint?
Not at this time.
All right, with that, closed testimony, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6. Alec, you take roll call, please.
Arkin,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. Thanks again and good luck with the project. Look forward to seeing it come into life.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Want to do one more before lunch?
I'm sorry?
You want to do one more before lunch?
How many more do we have left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What's the timing? How long is it going to take? Any thoughts on this? What I'm asking is, you think we can hammer them all out before lunch?
I mean, it depends on how late you'd want to.
On that.
What's that? You want to finish them out?
Restroom break.
Oh, okay. Why don't we do that, a restroom break, and then come back and finish them out? Is that all right?
That
Okay, thank you. So, it's 12:05 now, but let's come back in 10 minutes, so 12:15. All right, thank you.
my drive. The effort, yeah.
Backyards, and it's just all grass.
Looks like we have everybody back here. So let's go ahead and restart the planning commission meeting. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's get started on docket item number 7, please.
Docket item number 7 is case CD CPC 2026-17. A request to approve a development plan in District R 0.5 on about 1.5 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of West 46th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, allowing for the construction of a parking garage. Matt Barnes is the staff planner and the applicant is online.
Is the applicant available
Yes, they're
online? Okay.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development, here with the development plan for the Plaza Apartments parking garage, which is docket item number 7. Site is located within the 6th District, generally at 609 West 46th Street, as within the Midtown Plaza area plan. And here is a closer view yet. The entire site is outlined in yellow. You can see the Country Club Plaza to the bottom right side of the screen. And then this is just kind of looking northwest from Pennsylvania Avenue at the existing parking garage and 2 of the 3 residential towers that exist on site today. And then here's just kind of a southwest looking view of the existing parking garage. To the left side of the screen, just for references, I think it's called 4600 Penn has
What street is that on?
Pennsylvania. So is that Ocean Prime?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the applicant is proposing the removal and reconstruction of the central parking garage. The new garage is proposed to be constructed in 2 phases, which will match the remodel of the existing residential buildings. They own all 3 and are going through and remodeling each building. Phase 1 provides 175 parking spaces, while Phase 2 will increase the total to 226 total spaces. There's no exterior changes to the 3 residential buildings and will remain at 214 total units. This new proposed garage will also remove 1 existing curb cut on Pennsylvania Avenue. Here's just the site plan. It's kind of hard to envision here, but you can see here it's 1 drive off of Pennsylvania. Currently, there's another one right here. So it's reducing that. And then here is the parking garage that's proposed. Phase 1 is that 1 story. They'll come back in and construct the second one when is needed. And here's just some renderings looking at the site. So this is the top left is looking north on Pennsylvania Avenue, existing residential building on the left, and then that is their proposed parking garage. To the right is, or let's just go to the bottom one that's looking kind of south west towards that garage and shows kind of their proposed landscaping. Top right is the view looking south from 46th Street. There will be part of the garage visible from that, as well as an entry drive. The bottom right is what the existing buildings have. The applicant has worked with staff to include elements to match the existing building. And this, their landscape plans, Pennsylvania Avenue on the left there showing landscaping and trees, as well as their entrance on the right off of 46th Street. The applicant did hold a public engagement meeting on April 6th at 6 p.m. via Microsoft Teams. They had 8 attendees, 6 of them were the applicant team. Discussion topics that they discussed were the number of parking spaces in the existing and new parking spaces to be added. There was discussion on if their parking would be included with their rent and location of the guest parking, construction schedule, construction logistics, property access, and lighting. We did receive a letter, and each one of you should have it there. We also have additional copies from the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. They submitted that Monday at the 13th at 5:11 p.m., so it was not included in the staff report. They had increased on-street parking before occupancy. They did also request that a condition is added that the developer agrees not to separate parking fee from rent so that each unit is assigned one parking space as part of the rental of the unit. And please also note that on April 9th, after this application was submitted and reviewed and comments provided, City Council did approve ordinance number 260219, which removed parking minimums for this location, which is in the urban core. We do have a condition on there that is request that the applicant provide an alternative compliance parking plan so that they stay in compliance, but that was added before that ordinance went into effect or was approved by council. So they do not need to apply for one because the parking requirement is 0.
So that condition is no longer applicable.
Correct. It's on there still because we.
Which condition is that? Just
off the top of my head. Apologize. Give me one second.
Oh, you're fine. I'm trying to look through as well.
Yes, condition number 6 was added to ensure that they stay compliant with the parking even during the phasing.
Okay.
But now that requirement is 0. With that, staff recommends approval with conditions of docket item number 7, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission to city staff? Can you go over that parking just so I understand real quick? So this is required prior to this is submitted prior to the new ordinance going into effect. So this is a requirement, but now it seems like it's grandfathered in.
There are no grandfathers in zoning, Kobe.
No, their amount of spaces, they were asking for a reduced amount of spaces, right?
Yes, so their
As
proposal
required
is in
originally.
2 phases. They had stated that their goal was to stay in compliance, and then because they have 3 buildings to remodel, the applicant might be able to speak more on this, but then build that phase 2 to have full compliance, because they're proposing 214 total units, which is what exists today, and they're proposing 226 total spaces within phase 2. Phase 1 has 175 spaces.
And so they would need that 226 eventually, right? Because it's 1 per unit, or was 1 per unit.
Was 1 per unit.
So now technically they need no parking spaces.
Correct.
I know, but
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're going to have they're having the 226 once the full build out is done though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff? Let's welcome the applicant then.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Marian Soga with Multi Studio, project architect. You may also have Andrew Brown with Pharaoh's Construction Consulting on the call. If not, I can just run through the case.
Yes, we have Andrew Brown. I can promote him to panelist.
Just okay, you can speak up if needed.
Okay. Anything
So
else
just-
you'd like to add from staff report?
No, well, just a small correction. So the existing building is, it's, as you've seen on the pictures, it's a deteriorating parking garage. Is actually, it includes 194 parking stalls, not 214. That's a new parking garage. And phase 2 full built out project will include 226 parking stalls, including 7 on-site parking. So there'll be bump of 32 parking stalls total from existing to the new. And yeah, it's pretty simple. I'll open to your questions.
Just one clarification for me. It was 214 units is residential units.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Proposed and
Yep.
existing.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant? Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Amelia McIntyre on behalf of Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. We are generally in support of the development plan. We appreciate the reinvestment in the replacement of the parking garage to support the apartment complex of which is a part. The renovation of that apartment complex, now vacant, will restore and make available needed housing to sustain and support the Country Club Plaza and our Plaza Westport neighborhood. But we have 2, we believe, important items to consider. That is the phasing of the construction and the now apparent elimination of an alternative parking plan. As we have raised in multiple occasions, we are concerned about the demand for on-street parking. We face on-street parking demand from 47th Street, from Madison to Pennsylvania because of commercial enterprises. And we are very concerned about on-street parking. One of the ways to resolve that is to require the parking garage to be completed all at once. And so that the timeline is such that there is available parking for the renovated units. This area has probably one of the more intense on-street parking problems in our neighborhood, driven by the commercial uses around it. We also raised in our public engagement meeting that one space is contemplated per unit and that fee be included in the unit. That is not treating them any different than other multi-family developments approved in our neighborhood. We have obtained that condition in 3 other instances, and I have provided those ordinances and the specific section to the developers' representatives at Multi-Studio. And we would ask that that language be added as a condition that is on page 2 of our letter. And so those are our 2 requests that we are concerned. We had testimony against the elimination of the parking minimum requirements. And I think the hearing today illustrates the negative impact that will happen in residential neighborhoods with that elimination. This is evidence number 1 on that, and this is unfortunate.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Alex Agin.
You can hear me. I don't have any public comment to add. I'm actually here with the applicant team as well.
Okay.
Those are all the hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then.
I've got a quick clarification question, and maybe it'll help some other people. So phase 1, phase 2, parking, there is that note about the alternative parking. Is that, so that's being taken off?
The requirement for parking is now 0. The condition was added so that they would be required to submit a plan if they had a unit count of 200 and only 179 spaces, that they would need to find those extra, 21 spaces.
Is the applicant willing to still provide that even though it's not a requirement?
I'll defer to the applicant.
Since this was very recent, we did not have a chance to discuss this with the client. So
I mean, you would have had it in place beforehand if this didn't pass. So there would have been a plan for it originally, correct?
yes, if the removal of the minimum parking requirements did not pass, we had a plan to look for alternative parking, and the owner was actually in process of finding such parking.
So I'm inclined to kind of agree with the public testimony and just generally with these multifamily. We had another one, can't remember how many months ago, similar situation. Obviously, this was before the minimums, but the load of parking in these neighborhoods create an issue if there's not parking designated for it. I don't know, while I understand why we've, as a city, have set this up, I don't think that it's conducive for our city for multifamily to have that. And I'm hoping that something goes through eventually to adjust that, because I couldn't imagine 100 or 214 unit multifamily without parking in our city. So I am leaning towards, I mean, can I continue that or a no, because it's not a city requirement?
I'm sorry, continue what?
Like the condition, that's not technically a condition, or can we condition it saying that they're required to provide an alternate parking if there's not parking when the units are ready?
And commissioners, if I may, just as a data point only, there are massive renovations going on in these towers where we are not trying to necessarily, they're not going to be all full without any parking at the same time, right? There's kind of an ongoing process with two pieces of this project. So the load, I'm not saying it would be zero, but it may not be as high anticipated as you may think as they kind of back fully renovated, really heavy renovations, and then later back open.
So
we anticipate for the tenants, we want them to be able to provide this parking garage, even though it may not be actually required, right? We're trying to build towards that.
Yeah, my condition would be something along the lines of that the parking, it would be a parking space per unit available unit parking or something like that. Is that something that we can condition or no?
So really what you're saying is that you want to require that the property owner provide a parking space for each unit before the unit gets a certificate of occupancy.
I would, that in order for it to get a certificate of occupancy, that there be a designated spot for that, for those units.
I think the issue is that we're looking at a proposal for a structured parking, not for renovation of a building. So, I mean, isn't this distinct from the renovation of the multifamily building?
Well, they're also doing the renovation of the multifamily buildings.
Altogether.
Yeah, but this is a development plan allowing the construction of a parking garage.
Yeah, they're not proposing any exterior changes to the residential buildings, but our development plans are required for multiple principal structures on one lot, and this will bring that into conformance. Have a development plan for the entire 4 buildings as they're removing and replacing one.
Because I mean, it is for the 3 existing multi-unit residential buildings on there on the application.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, the applicant could just renovate their buildings and ignore the parking lot and then come back later and say, hey, do you want us to have parking for our 3 residential buildings or not?
Agreed. I mean, this is the conversation we had at the last one. And actually, I think we conditioned it to have 5 spaces for guest parking as well on top of the units, which before that wasn't, this other part wasn't passed. This is my worry, is this is very, very recent with this, like the no parking requirements and things like that. And I just don't want to get down the road 3 years from now and we have 6 of these on one street and we have nowhere to park. And that we've set an expectation because someone else is going to come back and say, well, they didn't have to provide one per unit. And I don't know if we have that control.
Yeah, I don't think that's for us to decide anyways, because
What's
that's,
before you in this application is an applicant who wants to provide parking. And in order for them to do that, because they're removing the garage and replacing it, they need a development plan because there's more than one principal structure on this lot. So they're renovating the existing buildings, which does not require a development plan because they're existing. But the parking garage requires this. So if you were to say, I'm not sure about the condition, but if you said, well, we're not going to approve this development plan.
No, I understand I'm in supportive of this. I'm just trying to also,
And I will say, they're kind of midstream, right? We did not know when we started this review.
Yep.
Is this parking ordinance going to be approved? Will it be continued? So they were proceeding as if there were no ordinance changes that were going to happen before they finished this review and approval.
yeah, I guess my only thing is I would just request that the client or the applicant, the applicant maintain what was before this, saying that they would have an alternate parking option in if they can't get all their spaces in before it's complete, before the renovations are complete. That's all, which I don't know if I can say. I mean, it was on the original, it's just not applicable anymore. So that's why it's a,
Well, that ordinance is not in effect yet, first of all.
can you
It
speak
just
in your
ha-
microphone, please?
That ordinance is not in effect as of today, right? It just passed. So technically,
so it would be,
Yes.
what, in 2 weeks that it would be?
10 days after passage, so.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll let someone else talk.
All right, any other thoughts here on this case? I think we're,
Yeah, some quick thoughts on the parking issues in the area. I think Kansas Cityans for the most part like street parking. 3 of the largest Plaza public garages are in the area that Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association identified as problematic, and so it's something that there's plenty of parking available. It's just that people are choosing to park on the street if that's also available. And so I think that as the applicant goes to market with these units, I think there's going to be some, I think the market to some degree will figure out how many people fill the units and at what rate, because only certain people are going to be comfortable with street parking. If you're going to check out a unit and you have to drive around for blocks and blocks to even check out the unit, then you might be like, this isn't for me, or I need to wait. So I'm not overly concerned about the short-term impact, just because there is ample parking with those parking garages right now, so that I know there's an excess in terms of for the shops, and I realize there are different people, but or different types of uses, whether you're going to the shops or you're a resident. But for those reasons, I'm comfortable with it as it is.
I'm on the fence. I think I would like to hear from the applicant how they feel about adding the parking lot to the lease. Is that even possible? So whoever goes to use the recommendation from the association on number 2, just adding the parking lot to.
So you're saying
the
to
unit.
add it not as a fee, but as part of the rent.
Right.
I mean, it exists around Kansas City, but I don't know that we can condition that.
I think it goes back to the fact that we're just looking at the
Yeah.
use for the parking and not generally how they calculate their rents for the whole development.
Right.
Yeah, and
So-
I think I dove too deep into something that really isn't our purview. I think maybe I wanted to say it just to be on record, so hopefully council can kind of see the issues that are going to be coming up with this over the next couple of years. But yes, I'm supportive of the application as is. I feel like something has to be done.
yeah, I know. I guess the thought I have here is I think we need to stick to this case, and then the new ordinance that is going into effect, maybe we can touch on that, some pros and cons of it at the end of our meeting, just to kind of put some thoughts and opinions together
Okay.
at that point in time on this.
Okay.
So Commissioner Padilla, I'm trying to help answer your question. I'm not sure if it's just you need to hear the phasing of the contractor or the applicant as to what they're doing and how and when they would put the parking lot back in place. I'm not sure the
Well,
best way to answer that.
when we discussed this most recently, I think the other consideration besides requiring one parking spot per unit is that you might have a unit where you have two people who are driving and wanting two spots, and you might have someone else who chooses to use other modes of transit. And so therefore, it's more efficient for the building owner to let people sign up for the spot. So that way, people who don't have a car don't have to pay for a spot they aren't going to use. And so in general, I think that when they have as many spots per units as this development has, I feel comfortable letting them decide how to apportion those as opposed to requiring it be one for one.
This also is kind of a more of a personal testimony, I guess. But I live in a building where the parking is included in the rent, and the parking lot is only ever about 70% full because some people prefer to park on the street, even though they're technically paying for the parking spot in the back.
Yeah.
And I guess to the chair's point is on this one, we might not even be able to, since we're only looking at the parking structure. We're not looking at the development of the three existing buildings.
Okay, I think we're done with testimony. So public testimony is closed. And anything else to add here, applicant?
Just so we agree with staff conditions in the report, and we agree that including the parking fee in the rent is probably not the right move, since some people may not have a car, and that will be a waste of space in the parking garage. And we do increase the amount of parking stalls in total with phase 2, which should release the pressure on street parking as well.
Okay.
And this, I guess last question, just wondering, this won't turn into a public parking garage? Let's say if it's empty, of 50% capacity.
I cannot speak to that at the moment. It's only for the residents, but it's some minor modification that could change in the future.
All right, we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission, or if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Okay, motion to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second.
I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions as stated. Alec, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Crow.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 8, please.
Docket item number 8 is case CD CPC 2026-23. A request to approve a development plan for outdoor storage and warehousing in an M1-5 zoning district on about 9.7 acres, generally located at 5019 Raytown Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. The applicant is online. I'm going to promote, not sure if it's James or David Rately, two panelists.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Saldari with City Planning, and today I have docket number 8, CDCPC 2026-23. This is a development plan in an M1-5 zoning district for 1519 Raytown Road. The subject site is located just north of Raytown. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. So this site was already graded back in 2021 with permits. It does sit above Raytown Road, but it sits below the Rock Island Trail right behind the site. So the applicant is seeking a development plan for outdoor storage and warehousing because any sites that are over 5 acres and within 200 feet of a residential district housing and industrial use require a development plan instead of a special use permit. The site is currently 9.74 acres and 62 feet away from a residential district. So right behind it here and in front of the site as well is all residential. So this is the site plan for this site. The site will be accessed from Raytown Road. There will be one 1,200 square foot building, about 20 feet in height, 8 parking spaces for the employees, including one ADA spot, and there will be 129 truck parking stalls. And this is just a close-up of the building. And this will be concrete surrounding the building. So these are the elevations. There will be 2 entrances on the southwest elevation, and then 1 entrance on the northeast elevation. This will be a metal building, and there will be about 10 docking stations for the trucks. And then onto landscaping. So we have 9 street trees, which is compliant with code. Then we have here some trees and shrubs to help screen the building from Raytown Road, but still allows enough visibility for safety reasons. And then we have screening all the way in the back to screen the site from the trail. And there's also a fence surrounding the site. And then this is what I was talking about earlier, how the site sits above Raytown Road. And this is the fence. And I forgot to mention, everything else that is not paved will be either grass or just put back to its natural state. And so there are some outstanding corrections. Corrections 1 through 4 regarding the dumpster screening and landscaping requirements have already been addressed by the applicant. So as of today, the landscaping requirements are being met. The applicant will provide dumpster screening before submitting an ordinance request. For parking and loading, 3 short-term bicycle parking spaces are required, but the applicant has submitted an administrative adjustment for bicycle parking and will be providing an outdoor bench for employees. And for pedestrian standards, so a sidewalk connection is required from all adjacent public right-of-ways, and the applicant has applied for a variance that will be heard on May 13th. And there is an outstanding correction from water services, which the applicant will address. And then we have some slides from Jonathan Feverston, 3rd District Planner.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Feverston, 3rd District Planner, Community Planning Division. I am here today to just bring to attention 2 conditions that the applicant has expressed desire to remove that the Community Planning Division has requested your discussion, in regards. The two conditions are regarding the architectural materials and the facade articulation. So it's condition number 15 and condition number 16. 15 is mainly concerned about applying high quality building materials to the facade, specifically the facade facing Raytown Road. And the condition number 16 is in regards to adding either eye level or clear story transparency or a difference of material. Again, mainly focused on that facade facing Raytown Road. Next slide. And this is really coming out of two goals of the 10 goals in the Casey Spirit Playbook. The first one about the well-designed city goals and the global design guidelines that apply to the entire city. So really in any development across the city, we do ask applicants to provide some type of high quality development in the form that includes high quality architectural materials or transparency to really help break up the facade. We also understand too that there are contexts across our city. So in some cases, you might be in the river market and you might want the two-way transparency on the windows because you have street activity to create a pedestrian environment. This is a little bit of a different context where we're really looking at creating a high quality architectural facade that is facing that street. And that's really the same with the strong and accessible neighborhoods goal. And that goal really addresses private development, but also public spaces and other aspects of development across our city. Next slide. This is within the Blue Ridge Area Plan. Blue Ridge Area Plan also in the development form guidelines specifies with windows that windows should be used to minimize long spanses of facade that have either no articulation or no transparency. Same thing with architectural materials. They should complement the existing character of the environment. They can include things like brick, wood, metal, glass, concrete, stone, stucco, cast stone, terracotta, and other masonry materials that are high quality and finished. Next slide. So on this slide, the top elevation is showing the one of the facades from the building. I believe the one facing Raytown Road. I did include two examples of recent cases, one of which is on Connecticut Avenue in the Northeast Industrial area. The other is on Hickman Mills. Obviously, the Hickman Mills building is at a little bit of a different scale, but you can see on the Connecticut Avenue example, that particular applicant did add additional transparency and clear story windows, as well as some ledge brick to help break up that facade. Next slide. In addition, the applicant did provide correspondence with myself and Stephanie regarding the idea of screening the building in lieu of providing the higher quality materials, fully screening the building from Raytown Road, which is an image street in that Blue Ridge Area Plan, is not something that staff would recommend from the standpoint that you don't, even though we're a little bit away from the street, you don't have that visibility from the street to see from a SEPTED point of view what's going on up on the site. So they provided an updated landscape plan that shows some taller varietals of vegetation, but also some lower vegetation as well. But they have not provided really any changes to that facade, which is why staff recommended keeping these conditions and allowing you as a commission to discuss whether to keep those conditions as written, change the conditions or remove them altogether. That's it for me.
And with that, staff recommends on case number CD CPC 2026-23 approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff?
Yeah, just seeking some clarity with the conditions as stated, not yet considering what the applicant might want changed. Because corrections 1 through 4 have been satisfied, are you wanting us to remove them?
You can. I can also, because these were, I can remove them now because this was before that review was finished,
And
basically.
then besides removing those 4, no other changes are needed when a motion is made?
From staff's point of view, no, but I don't know if the applicant has any
Sure.
other concerns.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, let's welcome the applicant then.
Hi, my name is full legal name is James David Ratley. Sorry for the confusion on that. I'm with MKEC Engineering, the engineering firm for this project and speaking on behalf of VS Services, which is the owner of the site. I'm not sure if he's on the meeting or not. If he at some point would like to share his thoughts or concerns or whatnot. I do want to say I appreciate your guys' time to hear this case. But yeah, I think as Jonathan mentioned, the things that we're trying to get through with the understanding what the use of the site is and how we want to try to best meet all requirements for this development type for that 1516 comment or the conditions. I would say that some of some of the owner's concerns in regards to some of the requirements for the visibility or the two-way glass or visibility stuff that he is concerned with where this is located and security purposes. It's a area where he's had previous issues with vandalism and break-ins and stuff like that. So he's trying to do the best he can to provide a facility that's somewhat screened, somewhat obscure, I won't say obscure, but somewhat isolated, if you will, to where it doesn't attract a lot of attention for local um, area people. Just people that are out there. It's something he's already experienced. So I think between fencing, privacy fence that's been currently installed on the site that would be coupled with the landscape and all of that, and just the overall building type that has been proposed for this is something that has been kind of a one-piece fit that comes as a unit, I guess. So I think there's some things there we're just trying to meet as best we can, but yet still also meet his level of what he needs for the site. So I'm here to answer any other questions regarding those two, if we can, kind of talk through that, I guess.
Okay, has the actual owner made it or no?
I don't have any hands raised online, so.
Okay,
Oh, now I do.
Vitali?
Vitali.
Yep.
I'll promote him to panelist.
anything else you'd like to add?
Vitali, you can unmute to speak to the commission. He's still muted.
Okay, let's move on to public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Is the owner of the facility, is he able to speak yet or not? Provide his comments?
Vitali, you're unmuted if you'd like to speak to the commission.
While we're waiting on that, kind of going back a little bit, the privacy fence surprises me. Why or what is? I'm surprised that this type of fence is allowed this close to the front of the property. Is it just based upon the zoning? It's allowed as it is.
Like, are you talking about the height or just where it's placed?
I think the height relative to where it's
Okay.
placed, like because it's so
Yeah.
close. Like we'd see that in the back of a lot, but not up against the street typically.
Yeah, so the height of the fence is permitted in the M1 zoning district. And the owner had, when speaking with the owner, he made sure to put the fence like along the property line so it's not encroaching on outside of the property. And this was done at the time like way before he applied for this development plan.
And I could add some context to that if that helps. The owner did reach out to the city requesting to do this fence before applying for the development plan, and his response from the city was that he doesn't need a permit because it's a fence. So he's installed it, but then now we're trying to incorporate that as part of the development plan as well. And I think when it comes to the privacy fence and the height of the fence is again kind of trying to come in line with that the attempt or the desire to have a space that's protected and just for that security purpose for the site.
Yep. Understood. Thanks. Yeah, I think that the two things I'm trying to square, because I hear from our long range team how we want the site to look from the street, and I feel like, oh, that sounds good and that sounds right. We want to have good materials and visibility, and then when we have when was it M1 or what was it?
M1.
When M1 allows, a 8-foot fence right up on the property line, then it kind of, I feel like it's it conflicts a little bit, so makes it more difficult for me.
All right, let's go ahead and I'll take a motion, please. I don't think we've heard from the owner yet.
I mean, he's online.
Do you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'm Vitalis Yarkov from Via Services. Sorry about that. For some reason, my computer wasn't cooperating here. Yeah, so, basically, we're trying to do this building, and our biggest challenge, I guess, is really the area. We are 100% always trying to make buildings look really nice. We've built several buildings, and we're not about trying to make it, obviously there's money and budgets and stuff, but it's not about, how cheap or, poor looking we want to make it. We're always about quality and make the place look really nice and deliver a really, really good product. This area is just really challenging. We've been on and off thinking about doing something here for the past probably 5-6 years, ever since we owned the site, and we've had a lot of issues. It got a little bit better recently. I think the city has been doing something because it got a little bit better. But just to give you an idea, just a few months ago, maybe half a year ago, our neighbor to the south, he had AC units stolen from the top of his roof. I don't know how they did that, but they came in from the trailer in the back, and they came in Monday morning, turned the AC on, and it's not working. And they discovered that the rooftop units were stolen. So that's been a challenge. So we're trying to do the best we can with still being able to pretty much invest in the area and build a good product. At the same time, we don't want to build something that constantly have to fight with vandalism and theft. And I mean, we've had our gates broken. We still have every few months we have trees dumped right in front of our gate off of Raytown. Somebody just pulls up, dumps trees, and leaves. We get a letter from the city. That's before we started having like a pretty heavy presence on there. They just keep dumping trees right at the gate. It even goes into Raytown Road a little bit. We get a letter, or if we see it, we pull up. So we have to pull up, and a truckload, 2 up to 3 truckloads of trees that we have to take out of there. So that's kind of what we have to work with. I've tried talking to the city. I've tried talking to the police about it. Pretty much we're responsible because it's our property. So it's kind of, giving you a little bit background of the area.
Okay. All right, this time we're going to close testimony and speak amongst the commission. There's nothing to discuss, so take a motion, please.
What are people thinking about conditions 15 and 16? Of requiring different building materials than what's proposed, and then also requiring transparency.
So I guess one question I have, because I'm trying to look online, the future land use, what's planned for there? Because right now I'm seeing just open space buffer, residential. That's going to kind of help me decide which way I want to go with that.
Yeah, so on the front of the property where the driveway is, it is classified with that open space future land use kind of overlay. And the reason being is it's an environmentally sensitive area. You have between where the proposed building will be and where the street level is about a 35-foot elevation difference, which is why even with a privacy fence, you're still going to see the building from the street.
Right.
And obviously lower land, more water. You really don't want to build a building there that could potentially wash out in a flood. But the future land use for the rest of the site is commercial, which generally lends itself to think more like your big box stores type style of development, which is in a little bit of conflict with the M1. But M1 is also like light industrial, mainly indoor style industrial uses.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, I don't have any strong opinions. I mean, it's not my stronger opinions tend to be areas where we have more of a proper city, you know.
Yeah,
and so
that-
this
that's
is
what-
kind of like out there.
That
So
was the reason why I was asking the question for the future land use and stuff.
I kind of feel like they need to be there. I mean, to have some kind of character on the front. This is just my opinion, just because the area is going to be changing and redeveloping, especially as the stadiums go. It's kind of close to there. And I think, they need to help set the tone.
Helpful to hear. What are your thoughts then? What are the commission's thoughts on keeping 16, which is about transparency, but striking 15? This is me assuming that if, as the applicant had said, this is a manufactured building, it'd be easier to add transparency than it would be to change the facade of the building.
I feel like it'd be the opposite. What's the logic behind that?
I would do the opposite as well.
All right. Well, that's why I'm asking. Okay.
I just think the front of the building needs some character other than 3 garage doors and a couple of
I'll
person
leave
doors.
both for now then. That sounds like more the what most people are supportive of. So Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item 8 with conditions removing corrections 1 through 4.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8, removing connections 1 through 4. Alec, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Dia.
Aye. All right, looks like that motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck with your project. All right, let's move to docket item 9, please.
Docket item number 9 is case CD CPC 2026-16, a request to approve a rezoning for a parcel that is split zoned between R 1.5 and B3-2 to an overall B3-2 zoning district on about 10.9 acres, generally located at 5100 Ararat Drive. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case.
With you giving this case, who's going to take roll call? on the
That's what
motion?
I'm wondering.
We're going to recruit somebody from the hallway. Is there a particular applicant I should be looking for?
Well, that's what I was looking for. I've sent him a couple of messages throughout the day. I don't see Tim Longobardo on there, who's the applicant. I don't know if there's anyone else with the church that he would be signed in with. I do have the next case as well.
Go ahead and hold number 9 and move on to the next case since the applicant's not available.
Okay. Docket item number 10 is case CD SUP 2026-15, a request to approve a special use permit to allow gasoline and fuel sales establishment in a B1-1 zoning district on about 0.517 acres, generally located at 4621 Northeast Vivian Road. Alec Gustafson is still the staff planner. I have Steve with his hand raised online. I'm going to promote him to panelist.
There may be an owner on there, though I think it will probably just be Steve.
I only have the one hand raised.
Sounds good.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. This is docket item number 10, CDSUP 2026-15, Quick Snack Convenience Store SUP. The site is located on Northeast Vivian Road in the 2nd District. It's just an overview of the site. It's zoned B1-1. It's been continuously a gas station for many years. It's surrounded by residential zoning with a B1-1 across the street, a B3-2 across the street, and then right next to it is a fast food restaurant that is zoned B2-1. A little bit of case history. There have been a few other special use permits for gas stations that have been applied for and have not followed through. We've had a couple dismissed and a couple continued. And then after the gas station moratorium and text amendment that we went through in 2024, a CLNU is needed to do any expansions on existing gas stations to make sure that we are allowing gas stations to be continually used and we're not, taking the tanks out and things. So they had to apply for a CLNU. They've done that. And now we're here with this special use permit. This is a different applicant than the 3 ones prior, and this has been a good applicant. This is just the section of code that allows us to make sure that any gas stations have this non-conforming status. 88.6.10.04, just making sure that all gasoline sales and fuel sales stations have certificates of legal non-conforming use when they're not officially permitted outright. So they need to get a special use permit and have the CLNU. This is just a view of the gas station as it exists from Northeast Vivian Road in October 24. And this is a view from North Lawn Ave in December of 2024. The current plan is to take the original gas station, which was located in the center of the lot, and move it back to the south end, closer to the residential. They also plan to remove one of the curb cuts off of Northeast Vivian Road, which will help for traffic circulation. Having 2 curb cuts off Northeast Vivian and then 1 off Lawn was a lot prior, and when they can have and share the curb cut with the fast food restaurant, this makes a little bit more sense, especially with the screening that we're showing. They're looking to kind of up this site and really make it a more streetscape friendly site. This is the outdoor lighting plan. One of the things that we definitely made sure to address is the lighting on the rear of the building. A lot of times you may find unwanted persons in the rear of gas stations. They find themselves there, and we try to make sure that lighting is there to deter any unwanted activity. And then also we make sure that there is landscaping back there as well. The landscaping also will be helpful to screen that lighting from the residential properties directly to the south of this lot. These are the elevations of the site as it exists, or as it will exist, I guess. And then I just wanted to go over some of the approval criteria. Criteria D is this use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as the hours of operation, outdoor lighting, and traffic generation. I said the plan is comparable with the character of the surrounding area. It's 24-hour, which may conflict with some of the residential uses nearby, but the hours of operation are not actually changing from what the existing gas station had. And then criteria E is that the SUP will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. With removing one of those curb cuts along Northeast Vivian, it allows for a safer circulation on the site for pedestrians, and then there's less income for cars and possibility of accidents. Changing this site layout generally has a positive impact on pedestrian safety and comfort. And then I have a couple of conditions that I wanted to address just for the applicant's sake. Prior to the BZA hearing, we need to make sure that all notes that mention a retaining wall are removed. Since going through the review process, we've learned that no retaining wall is going to be necessary. Originally, with the grading on the site, they were thinking that they would need a retaining wall on that south portion. but throughout the review, they've decided that that's no longer necessary. So just make sure that all those notes are taken off of the plans. The special use permit will be issued, as staff is suggesting, for a period of 3 years upon the date of the BZA, just to make sure that we are able to hold them accountable and make sure that their plants are going the way they should and that this is a good actor in the neighborhood. And then we just wanted to make sure that there is a view of the fencing material around the south side of the convenience store, showing the height and material, as that could be somewhat of a concern to the neighborhoods directly to the south. So with that, for this special use permit 2026-15, we are recommending approval with conditions. And I can take any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the city staff? Is the building currently a Conoco or a BP? Because if you move your cursor just a little bit on Google Street View, it changes.
I think it's a BP as of right now.
Okay, Conoco's $3 plus a gallon, so I was thinking it was that. Where the other is $2. Okay, any other thing? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then.
Hello, thank you for your time and welcoming me. My name is Steve Noon. I'm the architect for the owner. I did inform him that we were pushed up one spot, so I believe if he hasn't already joined, he's trying to join, but I'm here to answer any questions. And one thing I will add, elaborate on, if you will, Alec covered pretty thoroughly the presentation, but on that discouraged activity that he mentioned sort of to the south of the building, we with the improved lighting and landscaping to try to discourage activity back there, I have also proposed to put fences flanking the building to limit access to that area immediately south of the building.
Okay. This project, is it just a rebuild of the building itself? Are you redoing any of the pumps and tanks or anything?
No, thank you for the question. The pumps and the canopy will remain intact. Yeah, they may upgrade the pumps, but in general, the location of the pump will stay.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close testimony then. Any other comments from the applicant?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item number 10 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10. Sarah, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. If we heard from the applicant and let's go to number 11 since they're actually here.
Okay. Docket item number 11.1 is case CD CPC 2026-29, a request to approve an amendment to the KCI area plan from residential low density to commercial on about 23 acres generally located at 12220 Northwest Skyview Avenue. Docket item number 11.2 is case CD CPC 2026-28, a request to approve a rezoning from District AGR to B4-1 on about 23 acres generally located at 12220 Northwest Skyview Avenue. And docket item 11.3 is case CD CPC 2026-27, a request to approve a non-residential development plan to allow a variety of uses in multiple buildings on one lot in proposed district B4-1 on about 23 acres generally located at 12220 Northwest Skyview Avenue. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case.
Good afternoon, commissioners. One moment. Share my screen. Okay, as stated, Docket items 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3 are for companion area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan off of Northwest Skyview. Site is located in the northern portion of the city, north of I-435. And this is the subject site highlighted in yellow, is currently 2 parcels. So looking first at the area plan amendment, the request is to amend the KCI area plan from residential low density and residential medium density, which is this yellow and orange, to a commercial designation, which aligns with the corresponding rezoning request. And so looking at the rezoning request, the site is currently zoned AG-R, and the request is to rezone to a B4-1 to allow heavier commercial uses on the site. And the area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan are all before you today in an attempt for the property owner to abate current zoning violations on the site. They have both zoning violations and permit violations for operating uses that are not permitted. So that is why this is before you today. And then just to make note, the AG-R district does allow a variety of uses that can be approved through a development plan. So it's not just agriculture, there's other uses allowed like event spaces, religious assembly, things of that nature. So looking at the site plan that was submitted for the 2 parcels, there are 2 existing buildings on the site, which I'll have some more photos for you. But to give some background, the existing building closest to Skyview was previously a school and has since been reused by the property owner since I believe about 2023 and repurposed into sort of a co-working multi-use space with offices. I think there's some people who rent it out for events, religious assembly. I believe there's still a gym in the school building, and so there's some sports and recreation participant uses. So a variety of uses in this building. However, we do not have any record of a change of use or occupancy permitting for these current uses. And then the second existing building is just to the west of the school building. This is a large storage building that has about, I think, 10 overhead doors that are being used for contractor storage and other storage. And this structure did receive a permit. However, the permit information says it was for a hay barn, and a note that that type of structure is to be open on one side, whereas this building is fully enclosed with those doors. So that's one of the permitting issues here. And then the majority of the site, aside from this agriculture to remain section, does contain gravel, which is permitted in the AGR district, the current zoning district, but is not permitted in the proposed B4 district. And the applicant has not indicated any plans to pave the gravel. Thus, they would also need to seek a variance to allow all of that. And then as part of this development plan and rezoning to B4, the applicant has listed all uses in B4 will be permitted on this site except for the 5 listed here. And the applicant has submitted a version 3 plan submittal that has not yet been reviewed by staff because that is not factored into our schedule in processing the cases. So that is yet to be reviewed. So giving you a look at the site, we have the front portion here off of Skyview. There's 2 curb cuts. This front parking lot is a one-way circulation. So you enter from the south and exit on the north. And this is that old school building that's been repurposed for those multiple uses. You can see there's some mailbox spaces here, presumably for the businesses who lease space. And then this is on the north portion of the site. So the parking lot's back here. You can see the large storage building in the background. And then again, on the just closer up on the north side of the site, you can see where the gravel begins. There's a gate securing that storage area to the rear. And more images here. So there's a lot of outdoor storage on this site currently, which is not permitted in the AGR district and also not permitted in the proposed B4 zoning district. So that will need to be removed or put inside of an enclosed building. There's many different types of vehicles, equipment. I believe there's some landscaping type businesses on site. So there are combustible piles of materials like mulch and wood that, to my knowledge, have not been reviewed by the fire department. And then looking at the south side of the site, again, you can see where the pavement turns into gravel to access the rear storage area. Signage for the tenants who utilize that outdoor storage and indoor storage, and also advertising for additional space. These signs have not been permitted by the city. And then just more of the types of outdoor storage that are on the south side of the site. So we have shipping containers, trailers, commercial vehicles, construction materials for those contractor tenants. And again, you can see this large storage building here. And on the site plan submitted, there's an additional storage building shown to be proposed on the western parcel. It's again labeled as a hay barn, which is not determined if that's actually what it would be used for, as there is also gravel in front of it, very similar to the layout of this storage building. So staff's recommendation is based on obviously all the criteria in the staff report, and this is considered a spot area plan amendment and rezoning, along with the companion development plan, which could create precedent for really processing these cases to accommodate a property that has been operating illegally in multiple ways, and that, as I said, there were revised plans submitted, so they could be an improvement, but they have not yet been reviewed. And with that, I can take any questions. Staff is recommending denial on all applications, as this is really has more of an industrial, heavy commercial feel, which is not typical to the area. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for city staff? Okay, so welcome to applicant. Thanks for sitting here all day.
Hey, I appreciate you guys hanging in there. This is the case you've been looking for, the last one.
Yeah, well, no, we still got the one that's on hold, waiting on the applicant.
Yeah, my name's Sam Malinowski. I'm the applicant. I've also got Lamar EB, the owner, here with you. And like Genevieve said, we're trying to get this rezoned to bring it up into character with what we're using. Couple things from the looking at your first item with the KC plan. I mean, this parcel is actually getting pretty close to where the commercial is. There's going to be a little gap. I mean, we're a little over 1/8 of a mile from 435 where we're at, so we're kind of loosely in that area. Most of the conditions that we've listed, we don't really have a problem with. When we're talking about the parking, actually nailing down how much parking we need, it's tough with the uses he's got in that building because it's continually, varying, and so that's why we came up with what we came up with. We acknowledge that the gravel, we'd have to come in for a variance for that. Lamar has planned to extend the asphalt paving up to, there's 2 security gates on either side of the school. And he's going to extend asphalt up to those security gates, which will help a lot. Other thing, one of the other stipulations in here was to dedicate some additional right-of-way, which in theory, we don't have a real problem with that. It's just we'd like to not do that until you actually put the road in, because I know north and south of us there, if you take right away there, I mean, the right would be like through one of the guys' houses, and there's just, so at the time that you guys do the improvements, then we wouldn't be against dedicating the right of way, and a lot of that has to do with that right of way is going to go, will clip off a corner of his septic field on his septic tank, and so he'd have to move that at a pretty good expense right now, and who knows when that road's going to be come into existence. But yeah, we'd love to discuss that. Like I said, I got Lamar is here too. I'm sure he's got some comments too. But
take any questions. Maybe that's a good place to start because of time.
I think really the glaring thing is we'd like to hear what your facility is, what you use it for, why. I mean, all the uses on there, because it sounds like it's in nonconformance on not just one thing, but several things.
Yep.
So I'd like to hear what your whole plan is for the facility.
Yeah, no, so I appreciate that. I moved here in 2007, moved up the street and drove by this school. 2 of my kids went to school there in 2009 when it was operated as a private school. The public school closed down in 1998, 99. So then it sat empty for 10 years. So I drove by it at least twice a day, going to work, and it was boarded up. Came up for sale, and I bought it a month after COVID started. And so I had bought a business, and so we used some outdoor storage and started using that. So in that, just really developed over time in housing it was boarded up. There were vagrants. The police were coming. The city was on the previous owner and the school district. So anyway, our goal was to use it for our businesses, and then other people ask about renting space and outdoor storage. And then I have a camper, or some of our tenants have campers, and they wanted to put them there. So I think it came about just organically over time for those things. We do farm north of there, and so we have hay business. And so the original barn and the expansion that was based upon buying and selling hay. And so we had hay stored in there for several years till the hay market went to crap. And so in that process, then there were people asking for space. So a year ago, or just almost a year ago in May, I believe it was stated in your first docket case about the city area planning. I hosted several of the meetings at our facility for the Fairview issue that you guys mentioned earlier. And I went to the people that were leading the meetings from the area plan and said, listen, I have a facility over here that I know does not fit what is there. I said, I'm happy to take care of it. This is the perfect time, right? So there was, I think, a moratorium on development. There was everyone looking at all those. I think I went to every meeting except maybe one, and stated that and to our councilman and said, I'm willing to look at what we need to do here. We're utilizing the space. The counties come to me where the polling district, where the polling location for the voting precinct there. There's a church meets there. The neighbors use the gym. We've been a good neighbor. I've got nothing but compliments about what's happened at the facility. That doesn't make everything right. So my goal was to continue to get to a place, and especially last year when I knew the zoning would be an opportunity to cross over. And so I went hoping that we could do that in the area plan and get some help and support in that. So that did not happen. Obviously, we're here today. But small contractor concepts, business spaces, it's really when the first violation came, maybe in December or January, it was about the sign and the sign size. So the sign size doesn't fit, as I understand from our architect. Our sign size doesn't fit in the AGR, but it does in the B4. And so they recommended doing a B4. Then there was 2 other violations for the outdoor campers and for warehousing, which weren't permitted in the AGR. So I said, hey, let's do this right. Let's get all these things fix the occupancy components of that. We've asked staff after the violations, what we need to do. And so we decided the best way was to follow staff's recommendation to go for the B4, apply for that, try to walk through all the things that they're asking of that.
So you still want to maintain it as a multi-use kind of thing where you have office space, you've got storage,
Small business garages.
yeah, and then you're going to provide some agriculture, whether it be farming or storage of hay bales or whatever.
Yeah, so that's changed in the last 12 months since we had applied for the second building. So one idea was, in discussion with staff about the outdoor storage for RVs, is that it could be inside. So we would like to repurpose that towards outdoor storage and make that a facility rentable for indoor storage for RVs, campers. And that's not a deal killer for us. We're willing, the outdoor campers aren't the main revenue generator from this facility. I'd like to note that, a couple things. The two properties west of us, because I noticed in the staff report, the two properties west of us are currently being used by businesses, with landscaping businesses. So the two next properties border Cookingham and border the back of our property. Those are being used as businesses. The one between us and Cookingham, there's one property between us and Cookingham. And that property was bought by a developer, and the house was torn down. So anticipating the future growth and development along Cookingham. So again, this building was built in 1951, expanded in 71, public school till 99, private school till 09, and then sat empty for 10 years. So what we've done since 2000, we've been starting and bringing our businesses. I have several businesses that are in this facility as well.
Are you doing auto work there too?
No.
Who's Marquee Auto?
So he has a Turo business.
Is he part of your facility though?
Well, he does. Yes, he rents place to park his autos out front.
Turo is just like car rental.
So he repairs his vehicles.
Oh, he does repair the vehicles.
Well, he repairs his vehicles. Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
Yeah. He may repair other vehicles too. So.
Yeah, I think that's what.
Well, that's why I think he had told me that he was going to apply for a business license. And I told him that he probably wouldn't be able to do that until the zoning was resolved.
Yeah, I think that's what the concern is. You've got many different uses that fulfills the whole spectrum of things that's hard to provide just one thing for, if that makes sense. Because it crosses several zoning districts. And it seems like there's got to be a way or something we could do to help get it in compliance, I would think. Is this part of that new flex space?
And Chair Crowell, you make an excellent point, and it's very common for us to have developments with multiple uses. And as long as all of those uses are listed on the plan, then we can review them in accordance with all the code. There were no uses listed on the plan, so we could not make sure that every single criteria in the zoning code was met.
Yeah, I want to try to help you out. That's kind of where I'm at. And I think the commission might feel the same, but there looks like there needs more homework on your plan here that needs to be done. So you can map out what exactly are you doing with the site? What are you going to allow? What are you not going to allow on this particular site? Put it on the face of your plan. That way, then they can match it up with what the kind of zoning that you're actually going to need there that fits all those things. And it may be you get it zoned to a particular thing that you simply can't do things here. And so you just don't allow that. If you're going to rent out a space for somebody, well, we can't do that here. You're going to have to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah. So we're okay with that. I'm okay saying no. So I think a couple things we ask with what is known, we've asked to take off the ones that we would not allow, which you saw the exceptions up there. I guess the question is if we say what's there now, all of those would be included in here, I believe. But
Well, no, I'd rather you go back and do your homework and decide what you're going to allow and what you're not going to allow, and then put that.
I think I mean, the best thing would be for denial so he can resubmit properly, right? Or no?
We don't want him to have to do that. I think he can revise his,
Right, because there's a 6-month wait.
your plan sheet to work
1 year, okay.
accordingly.
So we gave the 5 that we would not include. You want a list of everything we would include?
I think you need to note that on the face of your plan as to, if you're doing a flex space, so to speak, for this building where you're allowing various businesses to be located there.
Yeah.
And it sounds like some of those businesses then use it as an office, but then you require another part of your space to be used for repairing cars, so to speak, or to store their hay. That's what I think the city wants to see, is what is all that stuff? So we can make sure we match up your zoning requirements and what you're doing on the site so that you're in compliance. And then again, you may discover, or you may through your continued conversations with city staff, find out there's things you can't do on the site. And so you just would say, if somebody asks you, can I put my business that does that? No, you can't. I'm sorry, we're not allowed for that, and we don't offer that here. You're gonna have to look for another spot for that.
Okay,
You know what I'm
so
saying?
basically, you just want a comprehensive list of everything.
Yeah, I think,
Bunch of exceptions.
take a look at the various zoning or what you're trying to zone to and start with that and use it as your guide to allow these particular things. And then if you want to add, if something that's on there, then you have to weigh, do I need to go up zone it one more, or do I get a special use for, I don't know, for that. So just coordinate it with staff. I mean, they're more than happy to work with you to get it to work right. So be a good partner to them. They'll be a great partner to you to help you out.
Oh, no, I think we can do that.
Yeah.
We could.
So I think we want to continue this, in my opinion, for at least a month, to give you time to figure that out.
No, I think, yeah, we can do it. I appreciate that.
And then, do you see the biggest sticking points being related to outdoor storage? And this is a question both to you, other commissioners, staff.
Well, I think, again, this is the beauty about Kansas City, we have these opportunities for these kind of things. And so if that's something he really wants to offer on his property is to allow some kind of storage for RVs or boats or something like that, how can he do that? And it may be in a covered facility that you would have to build, or be a part of that. So,
Because I think that's the one where it would either, you'd have to add a new facility that's covered, or that'd be one that you'd have to say no to with B4.
Right, there is no outdoor storage permitted until even M1 requires a special use permit. So it would all need to be in an enclosed building.
That's probably the most challenging piece of this, I imagine.
yeah, I think maybe it's rezoning and you show all the things and you get a special use permit to allow that too as part of the package.
M1's probably a higher lift though than B4, right?
Could be. I think we look at our planner over there that's working on the revised plan of the KCI area plan, whether or not that could be supported.
I can speak to that real quick. Yeah, the M1 probably wouldn't be as supportive as the B4. We're still struggling with the B4 right now, just as Genevieve mentioned, setting a precedent for that area that's currently has a future land use of low density residential, which is now N1 as you approved this morning. So yeah, between the B4 and the M1, definitely would rather have the B4, but still not ideal in that area.
Yeah, I think there's probably some flexibility in some things you do based on the zoning. To be a good steward to your neighbors as well as the area that's there. You might have to do a little bit more work, like another building or RV or whatever. That's something you just have to work with the staff to get that done.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it. We've already started moving the RVs out, just anticipating that's not
Yeah,
something
and
we're gonna
maybe,
pursue,
again, you
so.
decide through your conversation, that's not something you want to offer, there's
But
too much.
The outdoor storage has a potential if there's another suggestion of a zoning that would accommodate that, since we are there. It's, It's not going to be, it's not going to be agricultural chicken barns or a house, right? It's not 40 acres. So we're willing to look at that. If there's a better zoning that would fit that, I'm open for suggestions.
Yeah, I think talking to staff too, I mean, they know, like Alexis said, the zoning here, some things will be pretty tough to get. So you have to be conscious of that too, not spinning your wheels and finding out, oh, it's not gonna work.
I think one of the difficulties, so I think it's a great, with the school, great reuse of the space, it's clearly providing a need in the community. Nice to see that. In terms of form-based zoning, you're using the form that's there, and does it really matter what's in there based upon you haven't changed the outside of that building? The second half, which is the storage piece, it's a big parcel. Imagine you're granted M1, you can do outdoor storage. You sell the property, someone really wants to maximize the amount of outdoor storage that happens at that site looks totally different than what it looks like today. And so that's where it's difficult to go with something that strong. So I mean, I think if you're able to really specify what type of storage happens or what happens outside that principal building, I don't think there's any issues with what's happening at the principal building, getting the right zoning so that you can have the right signage, et cetera. My guess is that it's going to come down to impervious surface, whether you're using the gravel or not, what's being stored, and the degree of zoning that's required for that storage.
Yeah. We can make that work. Yeah.
Is a month plenty of time, or you need a couple of months?
I think we can do it. I do it a month.
1 month?
Yeah. That's an eternity in my world.
And do we need to open up for public testimony, or did we already?
We haven't opened it up for public testimony. I guess we can. We'll have to do it again when they come back.
I mean, so basically, my clear. So we just come back. We work with Genevieve.
Between now and your next meeting, and there's a timeline which you'll need to submit stuff in. So there's plenty of time to review and make comment, which is usually 10 days to 2 weeks prior to the next meeting. So that's why I'm saying a month is probably not enough.
Night in this situation. I'm looking at the dates. Our next hearings are May 6th and May 20th. Whichever you decide to
So
continue
to hit the May 20th meeting, you would need to have stuff turned into the city by.
as soon as possible so we can review it in case there are additional corrections to be made.
Yeah, I would certainly schedule some time to meet and go through everything.
No, I'll get with Lamar. And we'll put together a list. I mean, that's the big thing here, and then we'll get that get that on the plan, get that to Genevieve.
And like I said, I would meet with the staff to go through it all too. Yeah, whether that's online, because I know, Sam, you're probably not here local. You're, a little ways away. So I would do a meeting of sorts.
Yeah, we did.
Online or something like that, but spend the time to meet with staff to go through it.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate
That's
the
safe.
option.
Yeah. So let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there would like to speak regarding docket items 11.1, 2, or 3, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. So I'll take a motion for continuance of this.
To when?
I guess we're looking at May 20th. And if it's not enough time, let Genevieve know and we can delay it maybe 1 or 2 times.
Okay.
And then we'd need some answers.
Shoot for May 20th.
I move to continue docket items 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3 to May 20th with the intent of providing the applicant more time to work with staff to come back with specific intended uses so that the conditions can better reflect the intended use of the property.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket items 11.1, 2, and 3 to May 20th with the intent as stated by Commissioner Enders. Alec, you take roll call on that motion.
Larkin,
Aye.
Isaac,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a month or so.
Thank you.
I don't believe that we have the applicant for docket item number 9 online, but I'm just going to request if anyone is here for docket item number 9 online, if you could please raise your hand on your Zoom screen. No hands are raised. So Alec has called the applicant and did not reach them, just got voicemail. So we would request that this item be continued with fee to your next meeting.
Okay. Sounds appropriate. That's May,
May 6th.
okay.
Move to continue docket item 9 with fee to May 6th.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second for continuance of docket 9 to May 6th. Alec, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Can I take a roll on my own case? Okay. Arkin.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Crow.
Aye.
Burrell.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. So I think we're through our docketed items. Do we want to go back and talk a little bit more about the parking ordinance and just kind of have a little discussion of that? You want to reserve that for another time? Some concerns you may have on that.
We would be more than happy to take any questions and answer anything that we can today. If you have specific questions you'd like us to come back and provide you with some training on, we'd be happy to do that also. If there's anything that we can't, answer in a short.
Sure.
So yeah,
Well, it's kind of brought up today, and I think a couple commissioners had, now that it's in place, now there's the realities hitting on it as to what impacts it could have. So I think it's, maybe there's some questions out there they would like answered.
I was just gonna ask, so it applies to everything, business, residential?
Right. So, general overview, one of the major changes in the ordinance was to, for the entire city, right-size our parking requirements. So that added an urban core boundary from the river to 85th Street, State Line Road to the Blue River. That urban core area, we no longer require a minimum on-site parking. We do have minimums in the rest of the city. So if you're south of 85th Street, if you're on the other side of the river, there is still a minimum amount of parking that's required. Some of those ratios were tweaked, so it's not they're not all the same as previously, and we collapsed some of the categories for simplicity. We also added maximum parking requirements. So even in the urban core, there's a maximum amount of parking that you can provide before you have to offset that with additional amenities. And we have a menu of those that a property owner can choose from. So we're not saying that you can't provide parking. We're just saying in the urban core, the developer or property owner can decide what is the right amount of parking that they need to require or need to provide for their development, whatever it might be. So yes, I think that's the thing that got the most discussion, both here and before NPD committee, was about the removal of the minimum parking requirement in the urban core area, and it was adopted by council. So as Sarah said, it's not effective yet, but we are definitely getting lots of questions about what this means.
Okay.
I know that particularly for Hyde Park and Plaza Westport neighborhoods, the concern is about large-scale multifamily developments where a developer might choose not to provide parking. We already have that problem, though, when we did have minimum parking requirements, because we had so many exemptions. If you were, rehabbing a historic building for adaptive reuse, you didn't have to provide any parking. You all approved the ABC historic rehab recently with 7 parking spaces and 74, I don't know, more than 7 residential units. We understand the concerns, but we also see lots of developments coming before you where people are providing parking. In some cases, providing much more parking than was previously required.
When we heard it here, I think that the hope that was expressed is that Public Works would work with neighborhoods where
Right.
street parking is essential for residents.
And that definitely was brought up at MPD. Public Works is working on parking benefit districts and residential permit residential parking permit programs. So those are things that are in process. They're just not very closely tied to the zoning ordinance because they're,
Yeah.
um,
And so, I mean, I think that, I think the policy is the right policy right now, the right thing for Kansas City to try. But it has to also be accompanied by protecting the residents of neighborhoods who need to park on the street and making sure that that Public Works is appropriately signing those places. So, you can't park without a permit, and make sure that it's easy enough and affordable enough to get your permit. So that process already exists, but as we heard from Public Works, when we heard the ordinance, was that it's not something that they put a lot of energy into at this time or haven't been able to put a lot of energy into it. So in theory, I think that would address the largest concern we hear from people, which is those dense residential neighborhoods.
and the one change that the NPD committee made to the ordinance when it was before them was to add the requirement for us to come back in a year and report back to them on, forget how they worded it, just an update on what's going on with parking. We would be happy to also provide that presentation to you all when we get to that point next April, if you would like the same look back on what we're seeing as impacts.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Yeah,
Makes
so
sense.
I guess at some point too, because in terms of having an educational session the next time there's a short docket, I do think it'd be great to learn more about the Public Works Department, because so often I think there are lots of priorities thrown at them by, whether it's internal or from council or otherwise, or from, residents. And so it'd be helpful, I think, to understand how quickly they can respond to certain things like this. For example, if there's a new dense development going up, how quickly they could enact residential parking on streets. But then also, I think there are many other topics where we constantly come into situations where we would be better commissioners if we understood better the scope of Public Works and what they're able to do, and also, again, how many different priorities they have at a given time.
Yeah. All right.
We'll work with them on that.
Next meeting is May 6th? Everybody looking to be here for that, or that you know of?
I'll be out.
Okay.
Should be here.
We here.
Yeah, there's a fifth Wednesday in April,
I'm
so
here.
you all get an extra week.
Okay.
I was here last time.
Yeah,
I'm not celebrating Cinco de Mayo. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll be here.
All right. Thank you. Let's adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
So moved.
You look at me like I'm missing a lot. I haven't missed like